etc. While it is possible, especially in today's more materialist, consumerist, individualist, libertarian, identity politics world, to interpret the Constitution to value only some people, to avoid the big questions about what is required to serve the common good, and to avoid reason and science, there's an excellent argument that this conclusion about how to interpret the Constitution is more the product of a very dogmatic, postmodern worldview than it is of the true convictions and habits of the people of Vermont. For those of you who, probably thinking, what does she mean by a postmodern worldview? Some of you already have a firm idea about that, but just to sketch it out, it's huge. A postmodern worldview, modernity, the Enlightenment, the liberal project, right, values greatly human reason, scientific evidence, attempting to come to the truth of things. A postmodern worldview rejects scientific or objective understandings of reality. It is very suspicious of what we call reason, and it assumes, therefore, that what is subjectively held, hear the word autonomy, right? What is subjectively held is more trustworthy than any system or authority, okay? You can see it very much captured in the language of Prop 5, which chooses to avoid the word abortion, and all of that conjures up, and use instead the language of complete personal choice without reference to other people, without reference to objective truth, without reference to science or reason. If you look, however, at what Vermonters tell surveys or publications they value, while indeed they regularly mention a strong tradition of participatory democracy, high tolerance for other people, they also and consistently valorize neighborliness, respect for the objective facts of nature and ecological stewardship, and interdependency among people. Those of us who come from a less cold place often believe that people who have these values are inspired by the weather too, right? You can't leave anyone out in the cold. I was giving a talk in North Dakota some years ago, and they said it was very common if someone got stuck in the snow to have strangers in your house for several weeks. And I was like, that's why you're so nice, right? It's the snow, okay? In any event, fascinatingly, and maybe uniquely, the second article of Vermont's Constitution reminds us that the common good will require you to surrender sometimes your private property for the benefit of the common good, albeit, like the federal Constitution, the government is required to give you just compensation. It's just so interesting that after the statement about being born, free and equal, the next statement is about you may have to give something up for the other. Those are Articles 1 and 2. That's indicative of people who want to strike a balance between the rights of the powerful individual and the needs of the vulnerable, between an individualist, libertarian idea of liberty and a really robust conception of the common good. This indicates that at some point, the people of your state may want to pass legislation more protective of unborn lives and the suffering mothers involved in abortion. They may want to ban later-term abortions, which is a wildly popular view among everyone in the United States. Later-term abortions are highly disfavored. They may want to ban abortions for people who are aborting children because of undesired characteristics in their view, children with disabilities. And they will certainly want to protect the consciences of the many, many medical personnel who intellectually and viscerally react against the processes of abortion, none of which Prop 5 would allow. In fact, the language putting a right to destroy human lives before birth at the center of Vermont's idea of liberty sets up anyone who would object to this with a conscientious objection for a very difficult and frankly, I don't usually throw this word around, but quite un-American treatment at the hands of an overly powerful state. At the very least, it would have to be said that there is a gigantic tension at the heart of Vermont's Constitution between the rights of the individual and keeping in mind the good of others, which would never go along with language of autonomy, independent of concern for other parties, especially vulnerable parties. Okay? Now, let me get to the second part of my remarks. The legal and factual, excuse me, I should say the factual arguments in support of a broad right to abortion in Vermont. These are generally arguments about women's health or about claims about the economic and social equality of women in connection with abortion, okay? Let me review some of these claims and the empirical literature that is used to support them when empirical literature is even mentioned, which I must say is kind of rare. Mostly you just get people making conclusory statements. This is absolutely necessary for women's health. This is absolutely necessary for women's equality or economic security. Conclusory statements are the norm. Supporting evidence is the rare exception, okay? There's somebody else addressing health. I address it only from the perspective of a lawyer or a legislator who is sort of seeking to inquire about the evidence and wanting to point out that there is, at the very least, far more evidence that has not been exposed to you that you should be exposed to. But someone else will, with a greater expertise, will take on the health question more deeply, okay? So I'm going to spell out advocates' claims on health, economic, and social equality of women, and then I'm going to explore the evidence that they use or overlook. So advocates regularly assert first that abortion preserves women's lives and health, and they use that expression constantly. Sometimes they offer more specific statements, especially about late-term abortion. They try to defend that, and I expect that they do that because they know that it is wildly unpopular in the United States. So typical on the health claim is testimony in Vermont. Again, this is the very conclusory kind of language in which the local director of a parent-child center testified, quote, "A woman's self-determination and reproductive health is at the root of this. Thank you for supporting a woman's right to choose and being part of a healthy Vermont," unquote. I mean, that was most of the statements made about health, were that kind of summary. You know, if you support legal abortion, you support women's health, you're a good person. This was repeated constantly by sponsors, by witnesses during the hearings, endlessly in your newspaper interviews. Sometimes empirical claims were advanced in favor of preserving the legality of later-term abortion. The local Planned Parenthood in Vermont testified that later-term abortions resolve, quote, "serious risks to a woman's health and severe fetal abnormalities," unquote. The Vermont Medical Society claimed that later abortions take place in response to severe medical distress involving the mother or fetus. Recent newspaper interviews continue to attribute identical claims to Vermont Planned Parenthood leadership and others supporting Prop 5. The second common claim that pro-choice advocates advance concerns abortion's role in boosting women's social and economic well-being and therefore their equality. A Vermont Business Association testified that legal abortion is required to, quote, "support women's ability to participate in the Vermont labor force to their highest potential," unquote. And that women's potential, they said, could be described as, quote, "financial well-being and the ability to work full-time year-round," unquote. A representative of the Vermont Commission on Women claimed that, quote, "women's access to birth control, including abortion," interesting, "is tied to increased labor force participation, higher earnings, more advanced careers, and better financial conditions for their children and families," unquote. The same group made the most extensive claims about abortion and women's economic and social welfare, repeatedly citing studies called the Turnaway Studies. I will give you much more about those shortly. The Turnaway Studies were written and funded by pro-choice advocates at the Bixby Center for Reproductive Health at the University of California, San Francisco. The testimony referenced the studies, and this is interesting and about indicative of the quality of the empirical work that was done. They referenced the studies in the footnotes of their testimony, but 7 of them referred to like secondary descriptions of the studies. They didn't actually indicate that they went through the studies as a whole and read the primary sources. So 7 of them quoted online summaries of the studies or online news reports that were authored by the author of the Turnaway Studies. None fully cited the original sources or closely examined the primary sources. On the basis of the Turnaway Studies, the Vermont witness who cited them claimed that women who were turned away of abortion clinics, this is, some clinics only perform abortions to a certain week's gestation, that people who were turned away from a clinic because of clinic limits regarding the gestational age of unborn children were, they claimed, later more likely to have household incomes fall below the poverty level than the women who had gotten abortions. They claimed they were less able to cover basic living costs, have full-time employment, and more likely to receive public assistance and raise a child alone. This witness also claimed that mothers and their children born after a mother achieved an earlier abortion were better off economically than the women who had not. So now, having stated their claims, let me go through and look first briefly at the health claim and then at the social and economic equality claim. Regarding the health claim, let me just first bring to your attention that if you actually went and read Roe versus Wade and Casey versus Planned Parenthood, which make reference constantly to women's well-being and the necessity of abortion for their health, neither offered any empirical evidence at all. The Roe court, by the way, Roe was based on no factual findings. There were no factual findings at the trial court. So by the time it gets to the Supreme Court, you had Supreme Court justices going off and reading what they pleased, but no advocates from both sides presenting evidence, right? So the Roe court offered no findings, didn't even mention any sources to support its claims about the harms caused to women as a result of bearing an unwanted child. The Casey opinion, wherein you first find the sort of robust claim that abortion is absolutely necessary for a woman's social and economic quality, ends up supporting like one page and a footnote of a pro-choice political scientist's book. Her name was Rosalind Pachesky, claiming that abortion had led the Supreme Court claim to women's social and economic equality. If you actually go and you read the Pachesky material that was cited in the plurality opinion of Casey, she actually doesn't claim that. She claims that it was women's rising social and economic power that led to some women demanding and achieving abortion laws that they wanted. So she claims the opposite of what the Supreme Court uses her for. Likewise, Justice Ginsburg's dissent in the partial birth abortion case, Gonzalez versus Carhart, opining that women's equal citizenship relied upon her access to abortion, cited absolutely no empirical evidence. Instead, she relied upon two legal theory articles by a single Yale law professor, Reva Siegel, where Reva Siegel also gives no evidence. So it's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, law students are taught that you respect the law, but you query it closely, and some of it has less foundation than others, okay? So what about today? Where does the evidence stand? Casey was in 92. Gonzalez versus Carhart was 2007. What would a lawyer look at? And here I will go briefly through the evidence that touches on women's health without getting into the health claim as much as I am. Where are they even getting any evidence about this? First, I'm going to give you a little on each of the following. Women rarely seek abortions for reasons that the women themselves characterize as health abortions. Second, late-term abortions are not recorded as being tied to women's health or the health of the child. Next, insufficient laws and data collection make it impossible to know how much abortion harms women. Next, even under broad constructions of health care to include the resolution of mental and emotional distress or financial concerns concerning an unwanted or untimely pregnancy, there is no evidence that abortion actually functions as health care as this is understood by the World Health Organization. Next, there is evidence that abortion can harm some women's mental health. Reports claiming that it absolutely does not often suffer some very serious empirical flaws in their methodology. First, women rarely classify abortions as health treatment. The Guttmacher Institute, you may recall, Alan Guttmacher was president of Planned Parenthood. They were Planned Parenthood's research affiliate for a while. They are disconnected from Planned Parenthood but remain a 100% pro-choice research organization with a 100% pro-choice publication. Their medical journal published a report in 2004 showing that of all abortion patients they interviewed, 4% listed health as their primary reason for having an abortion, while 12% cited physical health problems as one among 2, 3, 4, 5, or even more reasons. Health was loosely defined in their survey and did not always refer to the woman's health. It instead included, and I quote from the article, health concerns for themselves or possibly problems affecting the health of the fetus, unquote. No information about the percentage of either was disclosed. Also not disclosed was whether the patient had a medical diagnosis about a health problem for herself or the child. It mentioned a few illnesses that women named, ranging from cancer all the way to pregnancy-induced nausea, but it did not list all the health reasons that were cited. 92% of women in the study stated that their primary reasons for seeking abortion were personal, familial, economic, or social, fitting onto the headlines, "Having a baby would dramatically change my life," or "I can't afford a baby right now." The Bixby Center for Global Reproductive Health in San Francisco published a study in 2013. Just like Guttmacher, it said about 12% of women named a health-related reason as one among several reasons for abortion. They, too, defined health broadly to include health of the mother, health of the child, and also concerns about drug, tobacco, alcohol use, prescription drugs, or contraceptive use near in time or during the pregnancy. But what about later abortions, right, which are stated flatly in Vermont and elsewhere by Planned Parenthood and others to always be for reasons of severe health conditions in the mother of the child. A Congressional Research Center report, I'm not just a lawyer dweeb when I say if you really want great, nonpartisan, straight-out evidence on something, go to the CRS reports. They're all available to the public. Your tax dollars pay for them. Enjoy yourselves, okay? You want to know about some governmental issue. These folks really lay it all out, okay? CRS reports. A Congressional Research Center report went and interviewed the lead director of the Turnaway Studies, which are Vermont, pro-choice advocates rely very heavily on. They quoted her as stating, quote, "There aren't good data on how often later-term abortions are for medical reasons," unquote. She added that women whose lives or health are seriously at risk during later pregnancy would likely be treated under emergency circumstances at a hospital, not in an abortion clinic, making numbers, quote, "even more difficult to obtain," unquote. Another reliable source concerning the claim about what later-term abortions are for is the Annenberg Public Policy Center in my hometown, Pennsylvania, at the University of Pennsylvania, also factcheck.org. They're very highly regarded online as providing nonpartisan, evaluations, often of statements made in heated political contexts. Investigators there reported, quote, "Spokeswoman for the Guttmacher Institute told us in an email, subquote, 'It does not appear that there is much in the way of research on this question,' unquote." Guttmacher added, quote, "Data suggests that women seeking later abortions are not doing so for reasons of fetal anomaly or life endangerment," unquote. Okay. What about claims that abortion saves women's lives? This is unusual that this claim is that you actually see a case of this, but some indicate not impossible. However, even 60 years ago, abortion providers generally acknowledged the veritable non-existence of a life-saving abortion. The National Medical Director for Planned Parenthood at the time, Mary Calderon, wrote in 1960, quote, "Medically speaking, that is from the view of diseases of the various systems, cardiac, genitourinary, and so on, it is hardly ever necessary today to consider the life of the mother threatened by a pregnancy," unquote. 7 years later, Planned Parenthood's president at that time, Alan Guttmacher, wrote, quote, "Today it is possible for almost any patient to be brought through pregnancy alive unless she suffers from a fatal illness such as cancer or leukemia, and if so, abortion would be unlikely to prolong, much less save her life," unquote. In 2002, a physician who had performed tens of thousands of abortions over decades said, "Medically speaking, the life-saving abortion probably doesn't exist. It's a real stretch of our thinking," unquote. On the other hand, a group of pro-life doctors recently wrote an article and published it in a peer-reviewed journal, opining that they can imagine a situation in which a pregnancy would threaten a mother's life, but quite rarely, and even more rarely before 20 weeks gestation, when the fetus could not be delivered with the realistic hope for his or her survival, unquote. Now we get to the question, what about women's health? Okay? I mentioned again that someone else will be going into this in depth. But I want to point out reasons why this is even hard to figure out from a statistical point of view, why it's hard to have testimony about this that isn't super, super long and involved versus these conclusory statements that you're seeing. First of all, the feds do not collect information on a mandatory basis about women's health in connection with abortion. The Guttmacher Institute acknowledged in 2019 the federal government doesn't even know how many abortions there are in the U.S. because it's not a mandatory collection system, let alone their health outcomes. Guttmacher wrote that only 27 states require providers to report post-abortion complications. Let me point out here that the National Institute of Health, you would think they would do it, right? I was on the council. I was like the lawyer ethicist on a body that had a final look at all kinds of controversial stuff at the National Institute for Child Health and Human Development, NICHD, which advertises itself as leading research and training to improve reproductive health and pursuing, quote, long-term studies on the effects of abortion, pursuing long-term studies about the effects of drugs, diseases, surgeries that specially impact women. Okay, this is how they advertise themselves. I was on their council for a couple of years in the early 2000s, and I said, hey, you've got all these longitudinal studies about things that impact women's health. Would you add an abortion question to that? Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you for that recommendation, council member. And I would do that every year. Never happened. Finally, I did a full-scale request to NIH just this year in connection with my Supreme Court brief in Dobbs. And this is what I got back from the NICHD's Information Resource Center in a final letter. They said, you asked us about long-term studies on the effects of induced abortion on women's health. Wait for it. We regret that we do not have any material relevant to your topic, unquote. I mean, isn't that shocking? This is a shocking lack of curiosity about women's well-being in a country in which women undergo at least 620,000, and probably more, because again, California's not reporting, a bunch of states are not reporting, induced abortions annually, okay? In a free society, in a society that valued free speech, free inquiry, we would have that information. Let me also point out that reporting practices concerning pregnant women's cause of death further complicate the picture. If you look at the manual guiding doctors' reporting practices for cause of death, they might require them to note only the complications that they died from, like sepsis or a perforated uterus, right? According to the World Health Organization, all existing estimates of maternal mortality are subject to greater or lesser degrees of uncertainty, unquote, in part because of reporting requirements that report complications and not whether those complications, sepsis, perforated uterus, etc., were a result of abortion. Another long-term effect, and here is something that we don't look at in the United States, but they look at in Europe, of abortion is the question of suicide. Not linked to deaths of women in the United States, not something that's investigated, but we have these fabulous register linkage studies in countries that have a single source for looking at women's health from birth to death. And we have Finnish studies, we have Danish studies that consistently show higher mortality rates among women who've had abortion, controlling completely for the mental health of those women before they had an abortion, so that's controlled for in the studies. Much higher mortality rates than women who had childbirth. Additionally, again, women experiencing complications from abortions are shipped off to hospital emergency rooms. Abortion clinics are not taking care of them, and those clinics are not always voluntarily reporting complications and are not aware of the number of women experiencing them always. It is also known, this is a well-accepted figure in the empirical literature, that women vastly underreport their prior abortions, perhaps as much as 50% in studies, due to privacy issues or to shame or guilt. There's also the problem, of course, of deaths that are covered up by egregiously irresponsible abortion clinics and state actors. From Philly, you may remember the story of Dr. Kermit Gosnell. Neither he nor state inspectors under a very explicitly pro-choice state government bothered to report the deaths of women caused by an overdose of sedatives that sometimes young people with zero medical treatment were giving to women at Dr. Gosnell's abortion clinic. What about women's mental health? Again, the arguments about this are enormous. All I can do is give you some top-line things that I think legislators and citizens should look at. First, there is no scientific literature that concludes that abortion produces measurable, positive mental health outcomes for women. None meets the U.S. Institute of Medicine standard for evidence-based medicine, which is the following: that the treatment under investigation, this would be abortion, quote, increases the likelihood of desired outcomes and is consistent with current professional knowledge, unquote. Instead, There's a Dr. David Ferguson. He's recently deceased, but he has published what is widely regarded both in the U.S. And according to an evaluation when Great Britain did this huge evaluation with the Royal Medical College of all studies on post-abortion, they regarded his as the very highest level of scientific quality. His conclusion is that there is no available evidence in his he did this meta-analysis of all the studies that had looked at it. There is no available evidence to suggest that abortion has therapeutic effects in reducing the mental health risks of unwanted or unintended pregnancies. This leads, of course, to the question, why don't we do what other democracies do and look into this? Why is the multi-billion dollar funded NIH not looking into this? Why did, an association, the American Psychological Association's report that really people are dramatically relying on for information about women's health and well-being after abortion, mental health in particular? Why did they do a study that left 50% of women out? They didn't look at women who had repeat abortions. They didn't look at women who were not adults. They actually also excluded from consideration women with pre-abortion markers for likely distress on the grounds that if they reported post-abortion distress, this would maybe be from their pre-non-abortion trauma. This is puzzling and very misleading, as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5 acknowledges the well-accepted principle that stress and trauma can be cumulative, right? It's puzzling, right? Also, because researchers commonly believe women when they name the source of their trauma. For example, a woman who traced her present trauma to a past rape would not be disbelieved because she had experienced abortion as an earlier trauma. A woman who traces her present trauma to her abortion should similarly be credited, okay? Furthermore, the APA acknowledged 15 factors that increase women's risk of post-abortion distress, but simply chose to put them in a very small, far in the weeds part of the report and not up in the general summary of their findings. In summary, arguments about the life and health of women in connection with legal abortion are not of high quality. They are incomplete, they are inaccurate, and perhaps most damning, they are incurious about women's health, which is highly curious in the context of the fact that those who support legal abortion usually characterize themselves as speaking on behalf of women. Now let's finally look at abortion's relationship to social and economic equality. Okay? Remember, too, even from the first appearance of this argument, which was in Casey versus Planned Parenthood and in Justice Ginsburg's dissent in Gonzalez versus Carhart, there never was any data used to support it. It's simply asserted again and again and again, and you saw that it was asserted again and again in Vermont with particular attention to the turnaway studies, which I will now get to, okay? The first thing that's important to note is that women's social, economic, and political opportunities had begun to grow even before Roe versus Wade, grew through the year of Roe versus Wade, and continued to expand after Roe v. Wade under dozens of laws and cases that were opening up all kinds of opportunities to women and assuring their equality in wages, in employment, in education, in housing, in public accommodations, in all federally funded, and then eventually that came to state-funded programs and activities, okay? There were dozens. One of the appendices to our amicus brief in Dobbs, on behalf of the 240 women with terminal degrees, just listed dozens and dozens of cases and statutes that made things more available and a more level playing field for women during, or before and after Roe and Casey, okay? Attempts specifically to link abortion to women's improved social and economic outcomes usually acknowledge that they cannot do so with any level of empirical strength. A special issue of a leading social sciences journal, outwardly pro-choice, very committed to that perspective. It devoted itself to the question of women's social and economic progress from 1966 to 2016, so a very useful period for our inquiry. They noted the difficulty of assigning a degree of causality. Any of you who do empirical work know that causality, it's the gold standard, right? It's really great if you can find more than just correlation. If you see this, you get that, versus this caused that, okay? They said it was very difficult to assign a degree of causality to any one factor in connection with women's social and economic progress during those 50 years, given the huge variety of factors potentially affecting women's outcomes. Everything from personal and familial factors, what family did you come from and what did they inspire in you? Educational and occupational choices, ability and effort in school, cultural and psychological forces, changes in childbearing norms, marriage and family structure, technology, including manufacturing, domestic technology, contraception, as well as abortion, and myriad laws and policies opening the world up to women. The article also highlighted statistical reasons rendering causation so very difficult to untangle, including conflicting studies, researchers' use of different methodologies, widely varying statistical significance of results, and efforts to gauge the potential importance of selection effects. That is, who were the people who went into a certain test in the first place? What was their selection into the testing cohort? It said that most research was using assumptions that made it impossible for them to evaluate studies across such a broad range of studies. Citing the effects of pre-Roe cultural changes that elevated women's social positions and changes which continued after that, this article concluded, quote, "It is likely the more recent developments in women's equality are the continuation of an evolution that extends back in time to the first wave of feminism of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as well as women's empowerment beginning during World War II," unquote. Okay? Still, pro-choice advocates now are regularly, and you'll hear this, when they cite something, take a look at the footnotes if any are provided, take a look at any references they make, because the turnaway studies are what they're usually citing nowadays. They increasingly contend they can link women's social and economic advantages to abortion on the basis of these studies. Again, they were cited in the Vermont debates, but they cannot show what abortion advocates are claiming. And here, bear with me, this is a bit of a detailed, just intrinsically boring, but really interesting when you have to be willing to get down to the boring, weedy stuff in order to really closely examine other people's arguments, okay? The turnaway studies claim to compare the fates of women who got abortions with the fates of women who were denied abortions because they approached clinics a little late after the clinics cut off for doing abortions, okay? And they concluded that women who get abortions do better socially and economically. Now let's look at some of the questionable material in these studies. First, they were funded by robust advocates for legal abortion at a research center whose whole purpose is to support legal abortion, the Bixby Center for Global Reproductive Health at the University of California, San Francisco. Second, the studies suffer from very high dropout rates. Researchers started with thousands of women, but ended up with only 292 women to study, who were up to 3 weeks past the clinic's cutoff dates. They called these the turnaways. Among these 292, 61 dropped out before they even took the initial survey. And then 14 more dropped out after that. And by the way, we know very clearly, there's a ton of evidence on this, not only in the abortion arena or elsewhere, the women who are most distressed are the women who are most likely to leave a study, right? The women who are happy are the most likely to, and this is true both on the study side of those who had abortions and those who were turned away. 69 of the remaining 217 women got abortions elsewhere. So they really aren't turnaways. They're aborted women, leaving only 148 women who gave birth. But the researchers say they're not even sure that this is the case because they're not actually sure about the whole. They know at least 32% of the so-called turnaways got abortions, but they're not sure if more of them didn't. They lost some more of them to follow up. For purposes of measuring women's economic fates, the authors attempted to assess women's pre- and post-turnaway situations. How's your economic life? They were only able to obtain 76% information for 76% of the turned away women. And remember, all of those women are not turned away. This means that of the 217 women they continued to call turnaways, that they got financial information for only 165 of them. But the authors don't specify how many of these 165 are among the 32% who had later abortions. In other words, the studies usually take away that obtaining an abortion and presumably being without that child economically advantages the woman as compared to being denied an abortion and bearing that child is based on studies of as few as 112 women in the whole United States. This is too tiny a group on which to base conclusions about the contrasting economic fates of all women in the U.S. Furthermore, the turned-away cohort, again, is not actually comprised of women who did not obtain an abortion. First, some of them did. Second, the turnaway studies authors acknowledge they have no information about these women's prior abortion histories. Since 50% nearly of all abortions are a woman's second, third, or more, some of those women who were turned away from a second abortion actually had already had an abortion earlier in their lives, which is bound to impact their future as well. Even the authors claim that they are comparing women who got an abortion and didn't have a child with the turned away women is also complicated because 25% of the women who got an abortion went on to have another baby very shortly after. This is very common to people in the crisis pregnancy center world who see the replacement baby phenomenon for a woman who's had an abortion. So in other words, the idea that you were comparing women who didn't have an abortion with women, with women who didn't have a child with women who did, do you see how this it's completely muddled? Bunches of the turned away women did have abortions even after they were turned away, and bunches of the women who got an abortion had a child shortly after. So the idea that having or not having a child governs your economic fate, it's a completely muddled cohort. They also failed to compare similar cohorts, which is what they had to claim they're doing. Women who were otherwise similar had different fates depending upon whether they were or were not raising a child. They failed to note that the women who were turned away were in many respects quite different from the women who obtained an abortion. Think about it. If your life is in such chaos that you're showing up for an abortion 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 weeks into a pregnancy, your life is very complicated. Okay, at the very least. And it turns out, if you look at the profile of the turned away women, they were far more complicated and chaotic lives than the women who got to the abortion clinic earlier. They were more likely to be single, half were unemployed, suffered past due bills and collections, and in receipt of government benefits. 43% of those turned away women said they had insufficient money for basic necessities, quote, most of the time, unquote. They enjoyed much less partner and family support, and therefore it just seems very likely that their post-turn-away fates were highly influenced by their pre-turn-away conditions. Even after overlooking all these flaws, the turn-away authors' conclusions about economic and educational results are very, very modest. At best. This huge, if you look at the cover of the Turnaway book, which has been published now, it says thousands of women denied an abortion, right, and their fates. No, maybe as few as 112, and maybe even those really did have an abortion. And look at the conclusions that were achieved in the economic and social measures. The Turnaway study authors acknowledge, quote, women who are denied abortions are neither more nor less likely to graduate or drop out of school than women who receive abortions. Regarding economic outcomes, they reported very small differences in financial distress or access to credit between the two cohorts, and many of which they weren't even statistically significant, and most of which absolutely disappeared in a matter of months or years. Finally, the authors of the Turnaway studies refused requests to publish their complete questionnaires or to make their data available for reanalysis, which is the scientific standard. My final material, very long in writing, and I didn't bring the charts to put them up here, but we included charts. I have it in my law review article, and it's in the amicus brief. It's to show, and I base it on federal data, right? Just nonpartisan federal data about the matters that I'm going to discuss about, and when I reference state material, state-level produced data. Empirical data show not only that women's social and economic fates were rising between 1973 and 1989 when abortion rates and ratios were going up. Abortion rates, the number of abortions per women of childbearing age, per 1,000 women. Abortion ratios, the number of abortions per pregnancy. Okay. From 1973 to roughly 1989, abortion rates and ratios were going crazy. Okay, they were rise. I mean, there was one point when I got into the abortion issue, we had 1.67 million abortions a year. Think about it. That was in, the mid to late 80s. At that same time, when, of course, second wave feminism was rampaging along, making great progress for women, Supreme Court was handing down a lot of cases erasing discrimination between men and women. The country's consciousness of women's rights was huge during the 70s and 80s. During that time, when abortion was also legalized in the 50 states, women's rates and ratios of everything from workforce participation, graduation rates, in schools, appearance in professional schools, participation in state and federal government was rising. But then, really interestingly, take a look at what happened in each of these areas from 1990 to today. From 1990 to 2016, abortion rates declined 46%. From 345 abortions per 1,000 women of childbearing age to 186. That's a great thing. Abortion ratios, abortions per pregnancies, fell 52% from 24. So it was almost 1 out of every 4. They measured by 24 over 100, a percentage. Almost 1 out of every 4 pregnancies was aborted. 1989. 2016, 11 per 100. It's almost like 1 in 10. This is amazing. What happened when fewer women were having abortions and more women were bringing their children to birth? Here we go. We have the percentage of women in the workforce with a college degree or more soared from 24% to 41%. So of women in the workforce, 41% had a college degree or more during this precipitous drop in women's abortion rates and ratios. Women also continued to earn an increasing percentage of men's income. In 1989, they were earning 70 cents on the dollar. 2016, 82 cents. The number of businesses owned by women increased substantially, according to the U.S. Census Bureau's economic census. In 1997, this is when they have it measured, so I didn't have earlier than that, the number of women-owned businesses was 5.4 million, or 26% of all U.S. businesses. By 2017, those numbers increased to 11.1 million, comprising 39% of all privately held firms. Between 1997 and 2017, the number of women-owned businesses increased 114%, compared to a 44% increase among all businesses. Women's growth rate was 2.5 times, 250% more than the national average, during a precipitous decline in abortion rates and ratios. Women's college enrollment continued to climb during this period we were already the majority, women are very robustly the majority in college, but we climbed even during this period. We were already at 50% mark. Now we went from 54% to almost 57% of college enrollments. Women's representation in state and federal government, including on the bench, continued to rise. In state government, from a period of 1989 to 2016, women went from 1,300 representatives to almost 1,900. At the federal level, from 31 to 108. And the number of the women on the federal bench moved from 74 to 355. At the very least, this trove of data demonstrates that women's progress has proceeded independently of their resort to abortion in response to pregnancy. Okay? But a complete consideration of abortion's effects upon women's health and their equality with men must also take into consideration the broader or systemic effects of unlinking sex from childbirth. Okay? I do not have time. I'm going to end about in the next 5 minutes here. This is a vast literature, but enough can be shared to suggest that legal abortion tends to undermine the quality and stability of relations between men and women and lead to outcomes disadvantaging women, okay, including more uncommitted sex, more non-marital pregnancies, more non-marital births, more single parenting by women, and more abortions, all of which are disproportionately concentrated among the poor and women of color. I recommend to you, I have, this is in my brief, it's in my article, I recommend to you the eminent and pro-choice, English sociologist, sort of the guy, Anthony Giddens, in his book, The Transformation of Intimacy. chronicling how changed expectations regarding sex, marriage, and parenting that resulted in part from legalized abortion. He said, rendered sex plastic, subject to subjectively moldable meanings that might differ in between partners and confound expectations about even the meaning of the relationship and the possibility of a future together. Economists describing the phenomenon Giddens describes sociologically have concluded that these changed meanings and expectations have changed marriage marketplaces. Hey, they're economists, sorry. They're talking about people and relationships as marketplaces. In a very famous article by President Biden's Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, and her Nobel Prize-winning husband, George Akerlof, along with David Katz, the authors linked increased access to both contraception and abortion with increased pressure on women to engage in non-marital sex, and thus a rise in more non-marital pregnancy, more abortion, and more single parenting. I mean, and this article is considered kind of the gold standard. It's in the Quarterly Journal of Economics in 1996. Many other scholars have reached similar conclusions. And of course, today, you know, there is also a consensus between the right and the left. The Brookings Institution on the left, the American Enterprise Institute on the right, come together and publish a report on poverty in which they conclude that research evidence definitively establishes that the nation has more poverty, more income inequality, which, by the way, is often racialized in the United States, less salutary child development as a result of the rise of non-marital birth, okay, which it has been concluded that a vastly available legal abortion gives rise to. Legal abortion easily communicates that women's pregnancy and parenting is a disability that females suffer. It assumes that the male body and the male reproductive model is the norm to which women should conform in order to get an agreed measure of success, right? Full-time, year-round, well-paying employment. Law professor Joan Williams explored this assumption about the male model in her famous book, Unbending Gender, making a convincing case that the market values an ideal worker, free of childbearing or childcare responsibilities and available all the time for work. Oh, men. But interestingly, of course, both women and men report greater happiness, stability, and security in relationships of interdependence, especially within families. Characterizing pregnancy and childbearing as women's private choices and as a feminist argument only exacerbates the situation. It feeds public and private powers inclinations to avoid expensive accommodations of family and of women's private preferences. Many commentators have explored this. Janet Yellen has another fabulous piece on this about how the U.S. sticks out among countries in the world. We have vastly greater abortion license than, say, Western Europe, and vastly impoverished support for women and children and families. That is not an accident, okay? Let me conclude by saying that, you know, having viewed the debate, if I can call it that, that's going on in Vermont, I often notice in your newspaper articles and in, you know, coverage of it, you'll often have 5 people on the side of Prop 5 and 1 person on the other side. It is a fairly lopsided coverage of the issue. People who support all human life's right to flourish, the inalienable rights of all, are often treated to, you know, the idea that they're anti-women, they're on the wrong side of history, they don't like vulnerable people, and of course the great irony, the claim that we don't care for life after birth, when actually it is those who oppose the amendment who are the sole providers of crisis pregnancy centers, and it is so many of the pro-life churches that do the greatest amount of charitable care for poor women, okay? I want to remind people working on this that, of course, no matter what the outcome, one's duty is to be able to make the truthful, the honest, the factually supported article, to be able to hold your head up high, even if you're being mocked throughout the whole thing. I take great support for this, great inspiration from a quote I'm going to end with about what I think the duty is in the context of this argument. This is a magnificent discourse at the end of one of the great novels of history, The Betrothed, by Alessandro Manzoni, one of the great novels of the Italian literature. I have part of it tattooed on my shoulder. That's how much I love this novel. I couldn't resist. I have a son who I was beginning to admire his tattoos, and I was like, what if I want to enshrine this one forever? He goes, let's go, Mom. So we did. Anyway, In this book, which is about the plague in 17th century Italy and some characters who are caught up on it, a would-be bride and groom are the focus. They are sent away without marriage by a fearful priest. His name is Don Abbondio, because he has been threatened with death by a powerful man who wants the woman for himself and who has made him believe that he has absolutely no choice and no power in the situation. His refusal to marry the couple sets them on a course involving tremendous suffering. The book is considered the single greatest account of the plague in Italy at that time. Like, War and Peace does the Napoleonic Wars. This is the book if you really want to read about the Italian plague. He refuses to marry the couple. They suffer this tremendous near-death experiences. At the end, his boss, Cardinal Borromeo, catches up with him. And in a long discourse, and whether you are people of faith or whether you're people who believe in the spirit of truth, I read you this in whatever word you want to substitute for the word God in this. But Cardinal Borromeo catches up with him and says, "No one will know that God is still present in the world unless your actions demonstrate almost unbelievable love and bravery." The cardinal ends his discourse by saying, quote, "You should have loved, my son. You should have loved. You would have exercised the ministry these children had a right to expect from you. God would have been answerable for the consequences as you were obeying his orders," unquote. Thank you very much for your long attention.
We thank Helen so much for that amazing account and timeline. Thank you so much for all that. We do have a few minutes left, so if you have a quick question, you can come up to the microphone right where I'm going to ask her some questions.
Helen, I just have one quick question for you. With regard to the language reproductive freedom that appears in the proposal, what does that mean?
Right. Of course, it's ironic that it's called reproductive because the point of it is not to reproduce. So I always find that that's the language. I do some work at the United Nations and at the Organization of American States. And, it's the first thing that it's meant is not to deal with the question at issue, not to put the vision of abortion in people's minds. The second thing it means is absolutely no limits whatsoever. I mean, reproductive freedom or autonomy implies that things that are supported by the vast majority of people, and by the way, that have been upheld by the Supreme Court, that Vermont goes way beyond even what the current Supreme Court would permit in the way of abortion restrictions. Vermont would not have any of them. So, for instance, things like parental involvement, things like full informed consent for women, which is never strictly a matter of here's what the medical situation is vis-a-vis abortion. It's always also because, childbirth is such a huge intellectual, emotional, spiritual. It's about the option not to have an abortion. What would that involve? So what it indicates is at the very least, it would be extraordinarily difficult in a place with such an amendment, even following on your extraordinarily difficult legislative situation, to have the slightest, child protective, woman protective, health and safety protective intervention in the course of an abortion. To say that you are leaving the woman alone is not hyperbole in the context of how vast and sweeping. There is also a question of what that would do to conscience protection. So the usual test, both in the federal level and at the state level, the old test for whether a person has a right of conscientious objection, and you have a right of religious freedom here in Vermont, there's also that in the federal Constitution. The test used to be the state can only override conscientious objection on a religious basis, and maybe in sometimes beyond religious basis, right? For those with very strong principled conscience objections that are not founded in a religion, that the state could only override those if it had a compelling state interest. Well, when you put language like that in your Constitution, usually justices are sliding around trying to say, is this a compelling state interest? It's kind of a it's like trying to nail Jell-O to a tree, if I may. I mean, it's a mess, and you often get the judge's predilections versus any nice standard we can all say, yeah, that's a good standard for what is compelling. You put that in your Constitution, then you have a clear text in your state constitution that indicates that this is hugely important. Now, on the other hand, because Vermont also protected religious freedom from the beginning, would I say to be hopeless vis-a-vis a lawsuit? You know, it's kind of going to depend. Sadly, these days, it might depend on the predilection of the judge, whether a conscience is actually protected or not. It shouldn't, but we know it does. And there's theoretically a shot. It's just made far, far more difficult by textually enshrining language that is so exceptionless at the level, not just of a piece of legislation, but we in Vermont, you know, the constitutional amendment would say, feel so strongly about abortion that we put it in the Constitution. That's rough going for principled conscience and people possessing it.
Hi, I really appreciate all the information that you gave us. The one thing that I find when I'm discussing this with people is still the back and forth about, is it a life? Is there an effort to actually determine and make that the basis of any argument that, yes, it is a life from conception? Because people kind of get away with saying, well, we don't know, and going back and forth, and that, in addition to all the other factors that people bring into why someone might get an abortion, that seems to me to be, if we can get that established, you have a much stronger argument.
I wish. I mean,
Okay.
your logic is unassailable, but the reality of politics is a different matter. So it has really not been much of a debate whether this is human and alive for a long time. When abortion started to become legal, even before Roe versus Wade in a few states, the California Medical Association in its journal put out I wish I could quote from it, I used to be able to, but I have it written up in some places. They said, listen, we're now all going to be required to begin speaking in an Orwellian fashion. And we're going to be required to say that this is not alive, when of course we all know, because the embryology textbooks in our med schools are clear about it, that this is human and alive, and but for an intervention that kills, would, or some other medical disorder would continue. So I can tell you that it used to be, when I started out in this question in the late 80s, I would get that sometimes. That has almost nearly disappeared. Because nobody really, of any intellectual honesty, says this is not of the human species and this is not alive. What they say is, I'm allowed not to value it, to the point of killing. And so that's the difficulty. And of course, there was a great rejoinder to that once. It was in a New York Times article. It was an op-ed, which probably wouldn't be allowed to be published in the New York Times these days. But it was published in the 1990s, in which the author of the article said something like, when asked, yeah, but but it's so small, right? I don't know if you remember the Doonesbury cartoon, very vociferously pro-choice. They had a guy instructing people about the abortion issue, and he points to a dot on the screen, and he says, that's Timmy. And they were making fun of Bernard Nathanson's movie, The Silent Scream, showing the child pulling back from the abortion instruments, and that this is Timmy, and they just were laughing in the cartoon. The New York Times article said, it's so small, and then the author rejoins, and he says, well, that's what human beings look like at that stage. This is what we look like now, this is what they look like then. And the idea that we can kill it because it's vulnerable, because it cannot defend itself, because we are family. I mean, put that one through your head. Only can kill your family. It's the non-family you'll get in trouble with. I mean, both the abortion and the euthanasia debate, that's kind of an interesting thought, isn't it? The people that you have the greatest responsibility to, it's just sort of nature's way of making sure that everybody has somebody to take care of them. I wish it always worked out that way, but it's sort of nature's way of saying, here's these people we feel like evolutionarily like, you are mine. I can remember, when you have your first baby, and I handed the baby to a friend, and she put her finger near her face, and I had this sort of thing come up, like, get away! And I was like, wow, where did that come from? Sort of this evolutionary impulse to take care of this children. The idea that you flip that and say, because it is small, because it is vulnerable, because it is family, I can hurt it. And I can give the state permission to do so. These are the things we have to grapple with. But, I mean, really, at one point, various, research students have been required to go and collect all the embryology textbooks from the various medical schools in the country that they use and take a look at them. And you can really see a dispute. Now, NARAL and Planned Parenthood at some point had a discussion, and some of that discussion is public, as to whether they should refer to an embryo before implantation as pre-embryo. That wasn't really in the medical literature. It was more of a political decision, right? That's not really a scientific term. It's a political term, and they will say a pregnancy will begin at implantation and so forth. The unique genetic code, the separateness, the continuation of internally directed self-development does begin before then. So the real question on the table, just like the question about the Constitution, is what do you choose to respect? What vision of human life and human society do you adopt? Not, oh, I must adopt this because, it isn't a life, or the Constitution says all people who are born. No. Those are not the arguments. The argument is about the choice of a worldview, the choice of sort of the scope of our willingness to protect the vulnerable. Do we have time for one more, Marta? Yeah. Okay.
Hello. Oh, jeez. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was looking through the sort of legislation, and I seem to recall it saying that the bill was not to be construed to confer rights to the fetus. Like, they specifically call them out as not receiving rights. Is that correct?
My reading of Prop 5 doesn't seem to have, I could be wrong. I don't have it in front of me.
I think this was the
gentleman
prior. Yes.
I have it on the table, not in front of me, sorry.
That reference to not conveying rights to the preborn pertains to, or it appears in, I think it is Act 47 that was passed, H57, yeah, that was passed in 2019.
Okay, so it's in the Act. Yeah, I didn't think it was in the formal text of this proposition.
No, it's not.
Okay, but it's already enshrined in your laws, what you're saying, as a piece of legislation.
Thank you.
Sorry, there you go. Keep going.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to start with that groundwork before I ask if this had been referring to any other group of humans, for example, on racial lines, on gender lines, on religious lines, of explicitly calling out a group of humans that were not provided human rights, what would our recourse be? Would it be possible to simply sue the state for discrimination?
Right. So I would, people could try an equal protection claim, right? Vermont talks about equal protection. It talks about common benefits. And the problem is that has been ignored all along for the same reason regarding this questioner. We simply make the statement that some people are less human than others, or some people are less valuable than others. Indeed, what you said would form a beautiful basis for an explicit violation of the equal protection of the laws, which Vermont does talk about in your Constitution, the equal protection. It talks about protection of life and liberty. It would fit within all of those things, again, which is another reason why I say that, this is a choice about how to read your Constitution. Obviously, it doesn't flow from any one language on either side. It's a choice. But final word on this is, we pride ourselves, and particularly now, on being a nation that is becoming increasingly sensitive to the claims of dispossessed peoples. Right? Whether it's the Black Lives Matter movement, whether it is the efforts that I'm somewhat involved in my own church regarding welcome for immigrants, whether it is, just a whole variety of social justice issues. But somehow we have blinders on. And in part, we gotta kind of wake up from this in a certain way. Don't, just because this has been considered a feminist issue. I've been a feminist since I was 8. My father is deceased now, but if you could ask him, he would tell you I was a fill-in-the-blank feminist since 8. Just because feminism has been defined this way. just to include legal abortion. Just because we have cut some people out of this community of humanity, do not fall for the fallacy of the present. There's a very encouraging conclusion to this cool book by, I think he's an Israeli sociologist. His name is Yuval Harari, and the book is called Homo Sapiens. He writes these kind of big think books. And the end of it, he says, human beings have been fiercely communally oriented for their survival and happiness. And think about it. There's a reason why solitary confinement is the penultimate punishment next to death, right? We are communal people. We need each other. We owe each other. We're chosen for taking care of each other. It's not about choosing who to include and not to. And Harari concludes that book by saying, it's been only a few hundred years that human beings have arced toward this extreme individualism. And he says, it can't last. It's built into us to be communally organized, communally sensitive. So do not fall for the fallacy of the present that we are stuck in this idea to exclude this one community from the community for which we care. This is a blip of history. And God willing, it will be over before too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Helen, for that beautiful, beautiful response. Before we shuffle away for the workshops, I just wanted to bring your attention to this beautiful, beautiful painting. Here, this painting entitled says "No End." It's an incredible portrayal of the ultimate beauty of a woman standing strong in her beliefs and rights. The artist is here with us today, and I would like to ask Elizabeth Miller to rise and be recognized. Right there in the back. The print of her rendition will be available at the Vermont Right to Life exhibit, and all proceeds are donated to the cause of increasing respect for human life. One housekeeping thing is if people are looking for the internet password, it is cookie with a capital C1, C-O-O-K-I-E. And last but not least, I will send you forth to the workshops, which start promptly at 10:30. So for the workshop on how to protect your conscience and your profession with Catherine Glenn Foster, you can see that in the Emerald Ballroom. For the impact of abortion on women with Maureen Curley, please head to the Diamond 1 room. For the workshop presented by Vermont Right to Life staff on how to impact your community, please head to the Diamond 2 room. And for the workshop geared for young adults in pro-life movement, please head over to the Carlton room, which is beside the Diamond 1 and 2 room. Thank you.
be introducing one of the leaders in our country, the leading organization in our country in defense of life, and that is Catherine Glenn Foster, who has both a master's and a JD and is the president and CEO of Americans United for Life, our nation's first national pro-life organization and the most preeminent pro-life legal team. The legal teams from AUL have been involved in every pro-life case before the Supreme Court, the pioneer of state-based model legislative strategies, including the efforts for conscience protection. So as somebody trying to get that passed in Vermont, I am certainly very interested in hearing from her this morning, and you by your presence obviously are as well. So I'm very pleased to introduce her this morning.
Thank you, Representative. It is delightful to be here. It's an honor to join you all this morning to discuss this critical issue. I am delighted to be here, especially because I actually flew from 6 a.m. until after midnight yesterday. I was actually on the road from about 4 a.m. yesterday until after midnight, which explains why perils of travel. I've been on the road about 3 weeks straight. I forgot my dress. Hence why I'm up here looking like this with a jean jacket. We're going to go with it. But thank you, Vermont Right to Life, for including me in these important conversations. My name again is Catherine Glenn Foster. I serve as President and CEO of Americans United for Life, our nation's oldest pro-life legal organization. For the past 50 years, AUL has worked very hard towards a day when every member of the human family is welcomed into life and protected under the law. We do this in the courts, in Congress, in the state legislatures, and critically, we seek to change hearts and minds and open hearts and minds to the importance of living in a life-affirming world. We see conscience rights for healthcare professionals as foundational to the practice of medicine and have assisted lawmakers across the country in ensuring these rights in state law. As more and more states and cities seek to force healthcare providers to participate, facilitate, and advertise for procedures to which many have deeply held conscientious objections, it is even more important that conscientious objectors be free from discrimination and never have to choose between violating their conscience and losing their job. Now, before I joined AUL, I traveled around the country back then too. I was litigating cases like the ones that we're going to discuss today, defending the conscience rights of all Americans to never be forced to participate or refer for any procedure that goes against their moral, ethical, or religious beliefs. That took place really all over the country. You know, it isn't unique to any one state. It's not unique to here in Vermont. All too often, what we saw were hospitals trying to force doctors, nurses, other healthcare personnel to participate in, refer for abortions, and other healthcare procedures. And in some cases, some of these people with these deeply held ethical or moral or religious beliefs, these conscientious objectors, were in fact forced to participate in a procedure. And so we had to sometimes even deal with the aftermath of that and the trauma. Not only were we litigating that case on their behalf, we were also trying to just help counsel them and talk to them about what they had been through. But just to give you a quick roadmap, what I hope you have a grasp of by the end of our conversation is what conscience protections are and why the founders believed that they were so important that they should be included in the Bill of Rights, what federal and state protections exist today, and what threatens the free exercise of these conscience rights, including Vermont's lack of current state protections. How conscience laws operate in the context of healthcare, particularly for abortion and physician-assisted suicide, and what you can do if you run into a conscience problem in your workplace. So, why do we need conscience protections? Historically, we think of conscience rights in the context of a conscientious objector maybe refusing to go to war, or the famous Barnett case during World War II, where the Supreme Court recognized the right of Jehovah's Witness children to abstain from saying the Pledge of Allegiance in public schools. But increasingly, government involvement in regulation in healthcare has required states and the federal government to pass laws that allow physicians, nurses, and other healthcare professionals to opt out of participating in certain procedures that violate their moral, ethical, or religious beliefs. Conscientious objection in healthcare can arise from religious beliefs. For example, someone whose Christian faith forbids their participation in any act which may end a human life. It could arise from ethical views, someone who swore the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm, or from moral principles, the idea that the science is clear that life begins at conception, or from some combination of the three. Problems arise when the government mandates that everyone in an industry do something without creating appropriate carve-outs for those who decline to participate. The Affordable Care Act's contraception mandate, saying all insurance plans must cover contraception, that's an example of this. In an industry like healthcare, the ability of some providers to object gives consumers more options. If every insurance plan in America, without exception, had to cover and include abortion, would an organization like AUL or Vermont Right to Life be able to provide employer-based health coverage? This was the problem facing faith-based nonprofits in New Hampshire last year, when their legislature passed a bill that would have required them to cover abortions if they cover any other pregnancy-related health expense. Now, fortunately, that bill was vetoed because the governor there understood how illogical it would be to force these employers to stop covering everything in order to avoid covering abortion, something that everyone in their organization fundamentally objects to. And they may have even signed a faith statement opposing that as part of their employment. And so it didn't make sense to try to force them to cover something that no one in the organization was going to be seeking. It's really obvious to us, as it was to Governor Sununu, that individuals and institutions do not lose their right to exercise their moral and religious beliefs and consciences once they decide to enter the public square or the healthcare profession. America has a long tradition of covering conscience rights and protecting conscience rights. History, tradition, and jurisprudence all affirm that a person cannot be forced to commit an act that is against his or her moral or religious or conscientious beliefs. And conscience protections have been affirmed by our nation's founders, the Supreme Court, and Congress. The founders recognized freedom of conscience as a fundamental right. The First Amendment promises that Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise of religion. The First Amendment of the Constitution. At the very root of that promise is the guarantee that the government cannot force a person to commit an act in violation of his or her religion. The signers to the religion provisions of the First Amendment were united in a desire to protect the liberty of conscience. Having recently shed blood to throw off a government dictate and that was trying to control their religion and practices, a government that guaranteed freedom of conscience was to them of utmost importance. Thomas Jefferson, the often most quoted founder and author of the Declaration of Independence, he made it clear that the freedom of conscience, it is not to be submitted to the government. He wrote, "Our rulers can have no authority over such natural rights only as we have submitted in them. The rights of conscience we never submitted, we could not submit. We are answerable for them to our God." Jefferson also stated that no provision in the Constitution ought to be dearer to man than that which protects the rights of conscience against the enterprises of civil authority. Jefferson further maintained that forcing a person to contribute to a cause to which he or she abhorred was tyrannical. This belief formed the basis of Jefferson's bill in Virginia, which prohibited the compelling of a man to furnish money for the propagation of opinions to which he was opposed. Likewise, James Madison considered the father of the Bill of Rights, he was also deeply concerned that the freedom of conscience of Americans must be protected. In his famous Memorial and Remonstrance against Religious Assessments, Madison stated, "The religion, then, of every man must be left to the conviction and conscience of every man, and it is the right of every man to exercise it as these may dictate. This right is in its nature an unalienable right." In fact, Madison described the conscience right as the most sacred of all property. Madison also amended the Virginia Declaration of Rights to state that all men are entitled to full and free exercise of religion according to the dictates of conscience. Madison understood that if man cannot be loyal to himself, to his conscience, then a government cannot expect him to be loyal to less compelling obligations, including rules, statutes, judicial orders, and professional duties. If the government demands that he betray his conscience, the government has eliminated the only moral basis for obeying any law. Madison considered it the particular glory of this country to have secured the rights of conscience which in other nations are least understood or most strangely violated. Likewise, our first president, George Washington, explained, "The establishment of civil and religious liberty was the motive that induced me to the field of battle." And he advised Americans to labor to keep alive in your breast that little spark of celestial fire called conscience. President Washington also maintained that the government should accommodate religious persons, writing, "The conscientious scruples of all men should be treated with great delicacy and tenderness, and it is my wish and desire that the laws may always be as extensively accommodated to them as a due regard to the protection and essential interests of the nation may justify and permit." Founding Father and President John Adams stated that no subject shall be hurt, molested, or restrained in his person, liberty, or estate for worshiping God in the manner most agreeable to the dictates of his own conscience. And Patriot leader Samuel Adams wrote that the liberty of conscience is an original right. Forcing individuals to participate in actions to which they are conscientiously opposed eviscerates the very purpose for which our nation was founded. The principle of deference to the individual's conscience stayed with our leaders and has been affirmed many times by the Supreme Court in different contexts. These include religious liberty, free speech, and conscientious objection to taking up arms. For decades, the U.S. Supreme Court has sought to guarantee the freedom of conscience of every American. And freedom of conscience is referenced explicitly throughout Supreme Court jurisprudence. You look at Baird v. State Bar of Arizona, which says the First Amendment gives freedom of mind the same security as freedom of conscience. For example, the Supreme Court has stated that freedom of conscience and freedom to adhere to such religious organization or form of worship as the individual may choose cannot be restricted by law. That was from Cantwell v. Connecticut in 1940. So we see this trail of cases throughout history where we have founding fathers, leaders, and Supreme Court cases all affirming the freedom of conscience. And that case also said, while the freedom to believe is absolute, the freedom to act is not. But in every case, regulations on the freedom to act cannot unduly infringe the protected freedom. Also in the 1940s, the Supreme Court considered regulations requiring public school students to recite the pledge to the American flag, and they ultimately vindicated the students' freedom of conscience after initially ruling against a group of Jehovah's Witness students or parents who sought to have their children exempted from reciting the pledge in Minersville School District. The court eventually reversed its decision just 3 short years later in West Virginia State Board of Education v. Barnett, 1943, explaining if there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. One quick second, I just get to the right part of my note here. This is a really good a really good Supreme Court case on this, or force citizens to confess by word or act their faith therein. Local authorities may transcend constitutional limitations on their power and invade the sphere of intellect and spirit, which it is the purpose of the First Amendment to our Constitution to reserve from all official control. The court there further explained, and this is a critical case for the freedom of conscience, the court said freedom to differ is not limited to things that do not matter much. The test of its substance is the right to differ as to things that touch the heart of the existing order. Barnett has been affirmed by the Supreme Court on numerous occasions, including in Planned Parenthood v. Casey, the 1992 case on abortion, in which the Supreme Court stated, "It is conventional constitutional doctrine that where reasonable people disagree, the government can adopt one position or the other. That theorem, however, assumes a state of affairs in which the choice does not intrude upon a protected liberty. Thus, while some people might disagree about whether or not the flag should be saluted, or disagree about the proposition that it may not be defiled, we have ruled that a state may not compel or enforce one view or the other." In the 1960s and 70s, the court recognized the need to protect freedom of conscience for men who were conscientiously opposed to the Vietnam War, even when that belief was deeply unpopular and viewed by many as unpatriotic. The Universal Military Training and Service Act contained a conscience clause exempting men from the draft who were conscientiously opposed to military service because of religious training and belief. In both United States v. Seeger and Welsh v. United States in 1965 and 1970 respectively, the court extended the draft exemptions to all those whose consciences, spurred by deeply held moral, ethical, or religious beliefs, would give them no rest or peace if they allowed themselves to become a part of an instrument of war. The Supreme Court cited conscience as part of its reasoning when it sided with high school students exercising their First Amendment free speech rights by protesting the war in Tinker v. Des Moines. Likewise, Congress has passed several measures expressing the federal government's commitment to protecting the freedom of conscience, the highest profile instance being the bipartisan and near unanimous Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So, what do conscience protections for healthcare workers look like at the federal level? While federal law includes long-standing conscience protections, and we will go through many of those here today, it's worth remembering that these laws alone are insufficient. That's because they only apply to recipients of federal funding, and because they are subject to the whim of members of Congress, many of whom have called for the repeal of these necessary protections. Federal protections are applied by appointees of whomever is appointed or whoever is elected in the White House. So the level of attention that these claims get is subject to the priorities of the secretary or the president who's in power at any given time. And so you can see why federal conscience protections, they're helpful, but they are still limited and they're inadequate to fully protect Vermont healthcare providers. Now, the first big limitation is that federal healthcare provider conscience restrictions or protections can only apply to actions by the federal government or by state and local governments or healthcare institutions that receive certain federal financial assistance. In other words, healthcare professionals who are not employed by a federally funded entity, and healthcare entities are only protected if they are federally funded. If you are not employed by a federally funded entity, then you are not protected. You have to receive those federal funds or grants. Second, the federal protections are at the whim of the controlling administration. Now, on paper, these apolitical laws protect the right of healthcare professionals not to perform an abortion for reasons of conscience. But in practice, none of these statutes include an implied right of action. A right of action is necessary to allow a healthcare professional to bring his or her own lawsuit to enforce the provision of that federal conscience right. And so individuals or entities who believe that they have been discriminated against or were coerced to perform or participate in an abortion procedure in violation of their conscience, they have to file a complaint with the Department of Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights, HHS OCR. This leaves them at the mercy of the federal government and the federal administration to choose to intervene, investigate, and enforce their conscience rights. Vermont healthcare workers need their own right of action to ensure that their conscience protections are meaningful. Now, OCR is tasked with ensuring federally administered or funded programs comply with civil rights, conscience protections, and religious freedom laws. The Trump administration created a new Conscience and Religious Freedom Division, which focuses specifically on enforcing conscience protections. This includes protecting healthcare providers who cannot perform, accommodate, or assist in certain healthcare procedures, including abortion and assisted suicide, because it would violate their moral or religious beliefs. According to HHS, conscience protections apply to healthcare providers who refuse to perform, accommodate, or assist with certain healthcare services on religious or moral grounds. Federal statutes protect healthcare provider conscience rights and prohibit recipients of certain federal funds from discriminating against healthcare providers who refuse to participate in these services based on moral objections or religious beliefs. You may file a complaint under the Federal Healthcare Provider Conscience Protection Statutes if you believe you have experienced discrimination because you objected to, participated in, or refused to participate in specific medical procedures, including abortion and sterilization, and related training and research activities, or if you were coerced into performing procedures that are against your religious or your moral beliefs, or if you refuse to provide health care items or services for the purpose of causing or assisting in causing the death of an individual, such as by assisted suicide and euthanasia. And so OCR hears complaints under the following federal laws. First, the church amendments. Congress addressed the issue of conscience protections just weeks after the Supreme Court handed down the probably most famous abortion case, Roe v. Wade, in 1973. The church amendments were specifically enacted to protect the conscience rights of those who objected to performing or assisting abortion or sterilization procedures. It also offers protections regarding personnel decisions and prohibits any entity that receives federal funds or contracts under certain statutes from discriminating against any healthcare personnel in employment because the individual either performed or refused to perform an abortion if doing so would be contrary to the individual's religious beliefs or moral convictions. Congress has also passed the Code's Snow Amendment of the Public Health Service Act. In 1995, the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education proposed mandating abortion training in all obstetrics and gynecology residency programs. In response, Congress enacted the Code's Snow Amendment, which prohibits the federal government and any state or local government that is receiving federal financial assistance from discriminating against any healthcare entity, which includes individual physicians and students, for refusing to provide or participate in training for abortions, do abortions, or refer for trainings or for abortion procedures. They cannot be penalized for attending a physician training program that did not train on abortion. It says the federal government and any state or local government that receives federal financial assistance one quick second again, I apologize. That receives federal financial assistance may not subject any healthcare entity to discrimination on the basis that the entity refuses to undergo training in the performance of induced abortions, to require or provide such training, to perform such abortions, or to provide referrals for such training or such abortions. 2, the entity refuses to make arrangements for any of the activities specified in the paragraph above, or the entity attends or attended a postgraduate physician training program or any other program of training in the health professions that does not or did not perform induced abortions or require, provide, or refer for training in the performance of induced abortions or make arrangements for the provision of such training, which sounds like a lot of legal language, but it protects the conscience rights of all healthcare providers who are employed or students at such entities. Congress has also passed the Weldon Amendment, first passed in 2005 and then readopted or reincorporated by reference into annual appropriations bills ever since. That Weldon Amendment echoed the Coates Snow language, ensuring that no funding through the Departments of Labor, HHS, or education can be spent in a way that discriminates against healthcare entities that do not pay for, provide, or cover, or refer for abortions. And that says, none of the funds making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education may be made available to a federal agency or program or to a state or local government if they subject any institutional or individual healthcare entity to discrimination on the basis that the healthcare entity does not provide, pay for, provide coverage of, or refer for abortions. It also defines healthcare entity to include an individual physician or other healthcare professional, a hospital, a provider-sponsored organization, a health maintenance organization, a health insurance plan, or any other kind of healthcare facility, organization, or plan. And the Affordable Care Act. As much bad policy as was crammed into the ACA, the bill's authors had to strike a deal with pro-life members to get that law passed. And so for that reason, the ACA includes conscience protections within the health insurance exchange program. Section 1303B4 provides that no qualified health plan offered through an exchange may discriminate against any individual healthcare provider or healthcare facility because of its unwillingness to provide, pay for, provide coverage of, or refer for abortions. President Obama then issued Executive Order 13535, ensuring enforcement and implementation of abortion restrictions in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. This is back in 2010, affirming that under the ACA, long-standing federal healthcare provider conscience laws remain intact, and new protections prohibit discrimination against healthcare facilities and professionals based on their unwillingness to provide, pay for, provide coverage of, or refer for abortions. The ACA also included conscience protections around assisted suicide. Financial programs or health plans created by Obamacare cannot discriminate against an individual or an institution that refuses to provide services that would assist in causing a patient's death. So what do these claims look like? Who are the real people involved in these cases? I want to share one woman's story as an illustration of the human costs involved when conscience rights go unprotected. And this is a case that I was actually involved in. Kathy DiCarlo became a nurse to save lives, but her world crumbled around her when her supervisors demanded that she take a life or lose her job. Standing in the rubble of her high school in the Philippines just moments after a devastating earthquake, Kathy had watched in fascination as medical teams rescued her classmates. That day, she decided to become a nurse. Her dream of saving lives led her to leave her family and her country to move to New York City to work as an operating room nurse. When she was hired in 2004, Kathy made it clear, "I don't do abortions." And at the time, the hospital assured her that she would never have to compromise her devout Catholic faith. But times changed. One morning, 5 years later, Kathy prepared for a common procedure following a miscarriage, only to realize that the procedure was going to be performed on a live baby, 22 weeks old. Horrified, she called the resident doctor on duty, who was then her supervisor, and then that person told her to call their supervisor and just passed her up the chain. And when that supervisor said that Kathy would have to assist with the abortion, Kathy reminded her in tears about her agreement with the hospital. She pointed out that the surgery was categorized as a Category 2, meaning that it could take place any time over the next 6 hours, plenty of time to call another nurse. But the supervisor insisted that this was an emergency, that the mother's life hung in the balance. She said that if Kathy did not assist in this life or death situation, that she would be charged with insubordination and abandoning the patient. Her career that she had dreamed of back in the Philippines, it would be over. Kathy decided to trust her supervisors, but as soon as she saw the patient, she knew that she had made a mistake. The woman's life was clearly not in danger, but at that point there was no going back. Under the threat of disciplinary action, including termination and the loss of her nursing license, Kathy was forced to facilitate and assist in the dismemberment abortion, and then to account for all that baby's body parts. A federal court dismissed her claim, saying that she could not bring suit for herself, and saying that it was up to HHS to pursue her case if they chose. That's why that right of action is so critical. Eventually, HHS did intervene, and they did force Mount Sinai to make changes to its policies and procedures, including always allowing healthcare professionals to opt out. But it was too late for Kathy. She had already had to participate in this horrifying procedure. Something similar happened at the New Jersey University of Medicine and Dentistry, another case that I was involved in, where 6 labor and delivery nurses were ordered to staff abortion cases at the hospital. Now, they refused to comply because of their pro-life convictions, but another hospital trying to force healthcare professionals to participate in something to which they had deep religious and moral and ethical objections. Likewise, 9 nurses at a medical center in Long Island, New York, they were suspended for refusing to participate in abortions. Only after the nurses' union intervened did the hospital drop its disciplinary charges and apologize to the nurses. Vanderbilt University required applicants to its nursing program to take an abortion pledge. After a complaint was filed with HHS for a violation of federal law, Vanderbilt did end up changing that coercive policy. But an abortion pledge? And though then Governor Rod Blagojevich's unilateral action, pharmacy owners in Illinois were told that they must dispense so-called emergency contraceptives, despite an existing state law that purportedly protected their freedom of conscience. An ambulance driver in Illinois was fired for refusing to take a woman to an abortion clinic, not from after something had gone wrong, but to an abortion facility. Officials in New Mexico refused to approve a community-owned hospital lease because of the hospital's policy not to perform elective abortions. And the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology engaged in efforts to make board certification or recertification compliant or dependent on compliance with ACOG's position on referrals for abortion. Here in Vermont, the state health department took the position that all practitioners staffing terminal cases had to either offer or refer for assisted suicide, but dozens of licensed healthcare workers challenged this action in federal court. Nonetheless, in each of these cases, these healthcare providers, they faced an uphill battle because they lacked an implied right of action to bring suit to enforce the provisions of the Weldon Amendment, the Church Amendments, and other conscience protections in the law. So let's use a recent example from this state to walk through the process. In 2019, the University of Vermont Medical Center, right here in Burlington, was found to have violated the Church Amendments because it maintained discriminatory policies that assign or require employees to assist abortion procedures even after they have recorded their religious or moral objections to assisting in the performance of such abortions. The investigation found UVMMC has forced and attempted to force healthcare personnel, including nurses, into assisting with abortions over their conscience-based objections. UVMMC intentionally, unnecessarily, and knowingly schedules nurses or other healthcare personnel who have religious or moral objections to abortion to assist with abortions. UVMMC subjects healthcare personnel, including nurses, who have religious or moral objections to abortion to different terms or conditions of employment than healthcare personnel who do not share the same religious or moral objections. UVMMC discriminates against healthcare personnel, including nurses, because of their religious beliefs or moral convictions in opposition to abortion. And UVMMC maintains a conflict of care policy that facially violates provisions of the Church Amendments. From the findings letter, prior to 2017, UVMMC purportedly did not provide elective abortions. On or about September 2017, however, UVMMC adopted an express policy of supporting access to elective abortions, and the evidence shows that UVMMC had begun staffing personnel for elective abortions months prior. UVMMC changed its abortion policies and practices with little to no input from employees or staff, and then implemented them without prior notice. Although UVMMC knew several staff members deeply and sincerely objected to assisting with abortions, it assigned them to participate in abortion procedures against their objections anyway. These personnel were pressured by UVMMC to participate in abortions. On February 5th of 2018, UVMMC amended its conflict of care policy governing when UVMMC would allow employees to decline to participate in elective abortions. That policy, which is still in effect, provides that an employee may request to be excused from participation in medical procedures, including elective termination of a pregnancy, that conflict with the employee's cultural values, ethics, or religious beliefs. However, UVMMC limits staff ability to decline to participate in elective abortions as follows. In any scenario where circumstances prevent arrangements for alternative coverage, the objecting staff member will be expected to provide the assigned care to assure that patient care is not negatively impacted. And refusal to perform assigned job functions will be addressed in accordance with established corrective action principles and procedures in consultation with leadership and human resources. A nurse who was employed by the medical center had long expressed an objection to participating in abortion procedures, but was nevertheless assigned to assist in an abortion. She was not told that she was going to be assigned to assist in that abortion until she entered the room. The nurse objected, and there were staff present who could have assisted in her place, but she was required to participate over her objections anyway. The doctor said, "Please don't hate me," because he knew where she stood on abortions. She filed a complaint with OCR, who investigated her case and sent the medical center a notice of violation, noting that there were other personnel who were also intentionally, unnecessarily, and knowingly scheduled to assist with elective abortions against their religious or moral objections. The policy forced employees, at the risk of discipline, to participate in abortions, even if they objected. Under the Trump administration, the complaint was investigated and action was taken. But in July of this year, the violation was withdrawn. In a new letter to the medical center, OCR noted that the previous notice of violation was based on the premise that the church amendments create an unqualified right of injecting employees to decline to participate in procedures to which they have a religious or moral objection. However, OCR now says that premise has been called into serious question by subsequent court decisions and warranted a withdrawal. Under this current administration, the new HHS Secretary, Xavier Becerra, he is California's former Attorney General, who was himself investigated by OCR for conscience violations during his term as State Attorney General. New language on the HHS website suggests that these protections are now being used to make sure that no one is denied a lawful abortion, so it's being flipped on its head. And in response to the new Texas heartbeat law, OCR issued a guidance purporting to remind people of their obligation not to discriminate based on performance of abortion. This is why state protections are so vital. When people are left only to rely on the federal protections, they are also forced to rely on federal bureaucrats to defend their rights. Each state must provide the strongest conscience protections that it can. And most states do have conscience laws, but many were written in a way that makes enforcement difficult. These laws often don't provide coverage for enough people. While conscience laws protecting the right to object to direct participation in the abortion procedure, they're good, but they're often not enough. States need to ensure that the rights of conscience of all healthcare professionals and institutions and payers who object to participating in a healthcare service based on a religious or a moral or an ethical objection, that all of these are protected. For example, pharmacists are often forgotten by these laws, so they often lack the necessary protection for their right to decline to stock or provide emergency contraception, abortion-inducing drugs, or drugs that will be used to end a life. This can be done alongside and even within conflict of care provisions. As with all parts of life, medicine includes competing priorities and values and interests, and sometimes this leads to conflict. While researching for this presentation, I found an article on the conflict that nurses face between balancing patients' need to get good sleep and their need to check on the patient's vital signs throughout the night. This is an example where both interests that are involved, they relate directly to the patient. But what if the interests are between the patient and the healthcare professional? Many policies just advise staff to go up the chain, raising concerns with their supervisor until it gets to the chief, much like Kathy DiCarlo in New York City did. Here at UVMMC, you will recall, the conflict of care policy did not assist the staff member facing a problem, stating, in any scenario where circumstances prevent arrangements for alternative coverage, the objecting staff member will be expected to provide the assigned care to ensure that patient care is not negatively impacted. And again, refusing to perform assigned job functions are addressed in accordance with established corrective procedures in consultation with leadership and human resources. And so what circumstances might prevent arrangements for alternative coverage? Maybe if a supervisor does not want to arrange that coverage, that would be enough, and the staff member would be considered insubordinate. The best way to manage conflicts in any workplace, including medicine, is to establish a clear policy. This policy must follow federal conscience protections and ensure that no employee is forced to participate in something that violates their beliefs. In Kathy DiCarlo's case, there was a 6-hour window during which the abortion could have been done. The patient was there for an elective abortion and was not facing a medical emergency. This was a clear instance where they could have and should have found a different nurse. People made choices not to help Kathy opt out. There was no emergency need. In the age of Me Too and the uncovering of workplace imbalances, one researcher hypothesized that clearly delineated conscience protections may benefit junior staffers who can use them to speak up where they otherwise lack the power, the institutional authority to challenge their supervisors or superiors. And the organization that I lead, Americans United for Life, we have drafted model legislation that can be used to craft a policy that ensures that patients get the highest level of care, but that no employee is forced to participate in anything that violates his or her moral, ethical, or religious beliefs. In our bill, we mention the punishments that employees can face. Without comprehensive protection, healthcare rights of conscience may be violated in various ways, such as harassment, demotion, salary reduction, transfer, termination, loss of staffing privileges, denial of aid or benefits, and refusal to license or refusal to certify. And the purpose of the legislation is to protect as a basic civil right the right of all healthcare providers, institutions, and payers to decline to counsel, advise, pay for, provide, perform, assist, or participate in performing healthcare services that violate their consciences. Such healthcare services may include, but are not limited to, abortion, artificial birth control, sterilization, artificial insemination, assisted reproduction, human embryonic stem cell research, and fetal experimentation, as well as human cloning, physician-assisted suicide, and euthanasia. Another goal is to prohibit all forms of discrimination, disqualification, coercion, disability, or liability upon such healthcare providers, institutions, and payers that decline to perform or provide any healthcare service that violates their consciences. So here's our language, which could be modified into a policy. First, freedom of conscience. A healthcare institution, professional, or employee has the right not to participate, and no healthcare institution shall be required to participate in a healthcare service that violates its conscience. Immunity from liability. A healthcare institution, professional, or employee that declines to provide or participate in a healthcare service that violates its conscience shall not be civilly, criminally, or administratively liable if the institution provides a consent form to be signed by a patient before admission to the institution, stating that it reserves the right to decline to provide or participate in healthcare services that violate its conscience. Discrimination. It shall be unlawful for any person, public or private institution, or public official to discriminate against any healthcare institution or any person, association, corporation, or other entity attempting to establish a new healthcare institution or operating an existing healthcare institution in any manner, including but not limited to any denial, deprivation, or disqualification with respect to licensure, any aid, assistance, benefit, or privilege, including staff privileges, or any authorization, including authorization to create, expand, improve, acquire, affiliate, or merge with any healthcare institution because such healthcare institution or person, association, or corporation that is planning, proposing, or operating a healthcare institution declines to participate in a healthcare service that violates the healthcare institution's conscience. Denial of aid or benefit. That it is unlawful for any public official, agency, institution, or entity to deny any form of aid, assistance, grants, or benefits, or in any other manner to coerce, disqualify, or discriminate against any person, association, corporation, or other entity attempting to establish a new healthcare institution or operating an existing institution because that proposed healthcare institution declines to participate in healthcare services that violate the institution's freedom of conscience. Now, 47 states have some version of these protections on the books already, but they can always improve enforcement, and private institutions can codify versions that are appropriate to their internal employment structure to make sure that no employee is ever discriminated against for their deeply held beliefs. In our model bill, we lay out the following remedies. First, civil action. That a civil action for damages or injunctive relief, or both, may be brought for the violation of any provision of the Act. We also provide that it is not a defense to any claim arising from that violation, that the violation was necessary to prevent additional burden or expense on any other healthcare provider or institution or individual or patient. Second, damage remedies. Any individual, association, corporation, entity, or healthcare institution that is injured by any public or private individual, association, agency, entity, or corporation by reason of the conduct that's prohibited by the Act can commence a civil action. Upon finding a violation of the Act, the aggrieved party shall be entitled to recover threefold the actual damages, including pain and suffering that were sustained by the individual or other entity, as well as the costs of the action and reasonable attorney's fees. In no case shall recovery be less than $5,000 or another appropriate amount for each violation, in addition to the costs of the action and reasonable attorney's fees, and that these damages are cumulative and not exclusive of any other remedies that are offered by federal or state law. Finally, injunctive remedies. The court in any such civil action may award injunctive relief, including but not limited to ordering reinstatement of a healthcare provider to his or her prior job position. But anyone can modify all of this for their own uses, and our team is happy to help with that. Now, as I mentioned, 47 states have some form of conscience law on the books related to healthcare. 2 states protect the freedom of conscience of all healthcare providers, whether individuals or institutions or payers who conscientiously object to participating in any healthcare procedure or service, Illinois and Mississippi. 46 states protect the freedom of conscience of only certain healthcare providers and or institutions from participating in specific procedures, which is usually abortion only. Just 3 states provide no protection for the freedom of conscience of healthcare providers, institutions, or payers, and those are New Hampshire, New Mexico, and Vermont. Yeah. So let's dig into the reason why we're all here in this room, the need to improve Vermont laws. As you may know, Vermont has some of the worst abortion laws. No regulation whatsoever on bioethics, such as destructive embryo research, and allows assisted suicide. And in fact, AUL ranks all of the states in our nation, all 50 states, from best to worst based on their life-affirming laws. And in 2021, Vermont is sadly ranked dead last. Vermont passed a so-called Freedom of Choice Act, which recognizes the right to abortion and prohibits the interference with access to abortion. So actively trying to get to the bottom here. Vermont's constitution has been interpreted by the courts to provide a broader right to abortion than does the U.S. Constitution. And as others have talked about here today, this could be made permanent by voters in 2022. Assisted suicide is legal in Vermont. According to the state's Patients' Bill of Rights for Palliative Care and Pain Management, patients with a terminal illness have the right to be informed by the physician of all available options related to terminal care. They have the right to be able to request any, all, or none of the available options, and to expect and receive supportive care for the specific option or options available. Then against that backdrop, Vermont provides no conscience protections for any healthcare provider or institution or payer who may have a moral or conscience objection to performing or assisting an abortion, destructive embryo research, or assisted suicide. And this means that if you do find that your conscience rights have been violated, recourse is limited. If federally protected, you could file a complaint with OCR, but there are limitations to that, as we've discussed. You don't know that that complaint is going to be pursued or that your rights will be vindicated. There are two requirements there. First, the complaint must be filed in writing by mail, fax, or email, or it must be filed through the OCR complaint portal. The OCR website provides additional information on how to file a complaint depending on which method you choose. Second, you must name the healthcare provider involved and describe the acts or omissions that you believe violated federal conscience or religious freedom laws or regulations. Reaching out to an attorney is another course of action. We at AUL are happy to help connect you to pro-life attorneys in Vermont. But we've seen this disregard for the freedom of conscience in other states. I testified in New Mexico recently on freedom of conscience laws, and when I testified on that in relation to their radical expansion of abortion, it didn't really seem to concern lawmakers in the slightest. But it's so important to speak out and reach out to your lawmakers, to encourage them to pass thorough conscience protections for healthcare providers and institutions and payers, because your lawmakers have to listen to you. They represent you, and they know that if they have one person reaching out to them, calling or writing or tweeting or showing up in their office or whatever it may be, if you have that, you know that there are thousands more people out there who have that same belief, that same moral or ethical or religious objection, who similarly care about the freedom of conscience and the rights of healthcare providers. And so reaching out to your representatives, it matters, and it can make a huge difference. As Thomas Jefferson said, we are bound, you, I, and everyone, to make common cause, even with error itself, to maintain the common right of freedom and conscience. We ought with one heart and one hand to hew down the daring and dangerous efforts of those who would seduce the public opinion to substitute itself into tyranny over religious faith. That's why we're here today. That's why we are doing everything that we can to enact good, strong, thorough conscience protections here in Vermont. I know you are doing everything that you can, and I thank you for that. As I thank all of you for your time here and for caring about this issue. It's critical for every single American. We have time for some questions, but thank you for being here.
We do have about 15 minutes for questions, so if you want to raise your hand, speak up, and I will repeat, or maybe you're at the mic, will repeat the question so that everybody, we make sure everybody hears the question before it's okay. So there's a microphone here to use. Please step right up and take advantage of this national expertise to help guide us.
Thank you for your talk. I really appreciate it. As a hot topic right now, religious exemptions for vaccine mandates. Is that on a state or federal level right now? I have to say personally, I'm a 30-year employee at a Boston teaching hospital as an emergency physician, and they did not allow any religious exemptions for the vaccine mandates.
Yeah, that is a developing area of the law. We have the federal government coming in a variety of ways and trying to enforce vaccine mandates at a federal level. You're seeing that especially with the military, with government employees, with government contractors, but certainly the administration has expressed an interest in trying to have everyone be vaccinated. However, much of the action is also going on at the state and the local level. In fact, I have a dinner that I'm going to in, I think, 2 weeks in New York City. And they are currently trying to force anyone who goes into, I understand, any restaurant in New York City, unless you're just getting takeout, to be vaccinated and to show your vaccination card as proof. So that's something that we're tracking closely. There are a number of law firms I know that are responding to that. I'm happy to share some of that information with you perhaps afterwards, but there are a lot of people who are working on that issue, looking at filing lawsuits, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
I'd love to jump in very briefly on this because there's a fascinating little connection that demonstrates how the Supreme Court can often have its own internal inconsistencies and isn't necessarily the permanent lodestar for what rights should be. The only Supreme Court ruling on vaccines goes back to 1905, where it said that the states can mandate vaccines because your personal freedoms can be limited based on the public good. That was cited as the basis for the Supreme Court's decision on eugenics, saying if the state can come in and require a vaccine, surely that intervening of the right of the state should cover the right to tie off fallopian tubes for somebody who's going to reproduce people that we don't want reproduced. And tie off the fallopian tubes was the term. Interestingly, those were the two, and the only two, those were the two cases that the court cited in Roe v. Wade for the proposition that women's rights to abortion are not absolute. If you recall, contrary to what Vermont is pushing for now, Roe v. Wade did say in the third trimester there was sufficient state interest to ban abortion, except for causes of risk of life. And they based that on these two decisions that we might all think in various ways have issues or problems. So it's fascinating to sometimes see that course of citations in history.
Excellent comments. Thank you.
Hi, my question, Proposal 5 uses the term personal reproductive autonomy that our state will all be voting on soon. And in the list of procedures that you shared that conscious protections can or should protect, what about procedures particularly on minors, use of cross-sex hormones, removal of breasts and genitalia that are healthy in order to allow quote-unquote transitioning? What type of conscience protections might we see or might we need?
Yeah, again, this is a sort of developing area of the law. It's an area where we do need conscience protections. And, some of these, of the laws that are out there do provide conscience protections for that issue, but many do not. As I said, the majority provide protections for only limited procedures and limited personnel, and typically they will be limited only to abortion, so that you are not protected, your freedom of conscience is not protected for the issue of assisted suicide in many cases, and nor would it be protected in the issue of transgender therapies and transgender procedures. Yeah, so that is again an area where we have a lot of work to do in the law to protect healthcare providers who object to providing certain procedures. Yeah.
Hi, I'm just wondering if there's a specific, bill number that we could look up if anybody has this in the legislative body right now, that there's something you could give us that so we could call our representative and say, please support this bill. This is important.
The bill is being drafted and will be introduced, so it does not have a number yet.
Does not. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure you will learn all about it once it does.
It's
going to be absolutely critical that all of you contact your representatives.
Thank you again for being here. I really enjoyed your talk. One thing that I'm trying to get my head around, and my son he's a nurse at Catholic Medical Center in New Hampshire, and fortunately they do have conscience protection. But one of the things that he struggles with among his staff and just among his peers, being 20-something, is what you referenced in your talk about this whole, the flipping inside out of conscience protection, where, oh, no, it's on you to respect their conscience for their, like, I don't understand how abortion can be called health care. Like, it's just, that's another twist, because the opposite is true. But what's the best response to people who try to argue for the conscience protection from the other way?
Yeah, and in fact, as I cited, some laws protect, and some of these amendments protect both the provision of or refusal to participate in a procedure. So really, both should be protected, assuming that the procedure is legal, right? That's a separate issue. We need to work on legality in a lot of cases with these procedures, and that's something that we do work on, whether it's abortion or assisted suicide or denial of medical care or whatever it may be. But if a procedure is deemed legal, then we don't want someone to be discriminated against for providing it or for refusing to provide it. So that is potentially appropriate, but in many cases, those people who want conscience protections for providing these procedures or services, they won't likewise respect the right not to provide the procedure or service. And that's when things really start to go haywire, because that's the point of it, right? That's why the Supreme Court cited conscience protections in Roe v. Wade and in so many of our other Supreme Court cases. We have a Supreme Court case directly on abortion about every 2.5 years or so. The pace seems to be quickening a little bit recently. And this is directly on abortion, not sort of tertiary matters relating to abortion, whether it's a First Amendment right or something like the NIFLA case out of California in 2017, where the state was trying to force abortion pregnancy centers to refer for abortion on their walls and post the signs and all of that. Yeah. Not counting those about every 2.5 years. And consistently, the court has cited conscience protections as a critical part of its abortion jurisprudence, at least saying, we're going to make abortion legal, but you don't have to do it. The problem is the enforcement. The problem is that we don't have that private right of action in all of our laws. The problem is that we don't provide a way for the healthcare professionals to vindicate their inherent right not to do something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So in reproductive rights, so conversion therapy is always converting the body to the mind, right? Mm-hmm. And to do otherwise, converting, love thy body, and converting the mind to the gender of birth. So is there any way to get a law that will not deem one as approved and the other one as evil? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. You have the mind-body duality, and it's about what conforms with what. Obviously, there are bills out there that a number of cities, in particular, have tried to pass that prevent what they term conversion therapy, especially for minors. So, I think that certainly that could be something could be drafted that would allow for protection of a wide variety of counseling methods. Yeah.
Right. We have Act, I think, 35 that that permits any unknown adult to take any minor, no age limit, to mental health for gender identity, but it prohibits conversion therapy, which is very specific that you cannot, you have to go with the body, converting to what the mind is thinking.
I would have to look it up to be able to say this with certainty. I believe that when that statute was passed, it did not cover, minors were not covered. In other words, the point was that conversion therapy could not be used with minors. And I think it's a really good argument for saying, and on the flip side, because you think minors, need more protection, that there should at minimum be conscience protection on surgical responses to sexuality issues on minors. So I think there's a good argument for that, but I believe what was passed in Vermont was specific to not permitting it with minors. And it's not on the top of my mind to give the reference, so if somebody knows otherwise, I would stand corrected, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah.
So it's not banned. It's not banned for adults.
Yeah, I have the law out there, but it is specific toward minors because Blue Cross Blue Shield is actually going to cover minors in this mental health consent that the minors can consent to have the mental health without their parents' knowledge.
Yes, that is correct. That mental health treatment can be provided, but that's different from conversion therapy specifically.
So you're saying that that's a good piece in the law, where they say you can't use conversion therapy, that they won't be able to go into the medical aspect of changing the body without the parents' knowledge?
Conversion therapy meaning mental health therapy. The existing statutes don't address surgical procedures, but currently under Vermont law, any kind of surgical procedures do require parental consent. In fact, the law you're referencing about access to counseling specifically excludes even psychotropic medications, for example. So it's about access to counseling, but not including conversion therapy in one direction or the other. So you're getting into some nuances, and I'd love to talk in more detail, with the statutes in front of us.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm not a medical professional, but I was a high school teacher. I love to research, and I've been very involved with the whole pro-life aspect of, from abortion all the way to natural death for many years. And in my research, I came across the Nuremberg Code and the Declaration of Geneva. And I was absolutely gobsmacked when I read them because no one talks about them. And I think it would be incumbent on all the pro-life organizations to educate the American public, because the United States of America was a participant in and a signatory to these types of laws. And I think if people knew some of the history, that they would be even more persuaded to the pro-life position, because these laws speak against medical tyranny. So I didn't know if you folks ever dealt with the historical aspects of the evolution of these kinds of things we're facing today. And I would plead with you to maybe educate the public more about the Declaration of Geneva and the Nuremberg Code. Thank you.
Absolutely. In fact, I was trying to bring it up really quickly so I could read a portion. I'm not sure we really have time even, but we are actually kicking off an initiative that we are developing right now based around the Geneva Declaration, and tying a lot of our international work in particular to that. We've been working internationally for our entire 50-year history, actually starting in Geneva. and in Germany with some of there was a court case that came down, and actually a good life-affirming court case in Germany in the early 70s that we translated and disseminated in the U.S. We've been involved in Ireland, Mexico, Chile, you name it, England. So we're actually reworking all of that aspect to tie it back to the Geneva Declaration. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone in line, which is perfect timing. I think you can see people starting to filter in, and that's because it's time for our break and lunch coming up at noon along with our noon speakers. So look forward to seeing you all then, and thank you so very much. And let's give a big thank you. Thank you.
are actual human beings who survived abortion procedures when they were still in their mother's wombs. These are the eyes, voices, and faces of choice. Choice is not merely a word. Choice is a person. Learn their stories.
Amazing to me that she's 13 years old. Many of you can probably remember when she was small enough to have these wonderful chubby cheeks, and she would come up to all of the educational events for pregnancy centers or Right to Life groups, and she would take all the fetal models. And we still have a full set of fetal models here at our house, and my youngest daughter, Ava, now plays with those still today. But it's Ava who had the next big thing happen this week, which was 2 broken bones in her arm. So that was Wednesday of this week. The monkey bars claimed another victim. I know so many people who have broken an arm or their kids broke an arm on the monkey bars, and so Ava was the newest victim. Knew immediately that it was a pretty severe break, and it was. So spent Wednesday in the ER and got her put under sedation, and they set those bones, did a beautiful job, but she's now in a plaster cast pretty much up to her shoulder. She's going to stay in that plaster cast for a couple of weeks until we know if those bones are healing. So that was my next big obstacle. And then had to reshuffle my travel plans so I could be here at home with her and get her settled in and her pain managed. And then, of course, as we got her settled in, then my kids' cold ultimately crept up on me and I lost my voice. So I thought it was probably best that instead of trying to push through how I might feel or all of these travel plans that keep changing one day after another, that I would record this presentation for you, and then we can spend some time for sure, as long as no flights really get messed up, then we can spend some time covering some question and answer together. So today, I wanted to present to you some information that many of you have likely never encountered before, even if you've heard me speak many times, or you know my personal story of surviving a failed abortion. The information that I'm presenting today provides an overview to who abortion survivors are, what experiences we've encountered, what we've lived through, and not only the procedures that we've survived, but how that failed abortion impacts us physically, emotionally, mentally, what we need from social workers, our families, medical professionals, all of those things. Abortion survivors are not mythical creatures. I've heard that a lot over the years, and I could tell you abortion survivors see and hear those kind of words frequently in our culture, and it impacts them, and not in a positive way. Those are very dehumanizing words to abortion survivors, people who have undergone such. We occur, it sounds so funny to say that, but when we're described as mythical, there's this belief that somehow this doesn't happen, that it's extremely rare. And yes, in the face of the number of abortion survivors or abortions that are successful, tens of millions of abortions that are successful, yes, the number of survivors pales in comparison to the number of children who lose their lives to abortion. But by and large, yes, the number of abortion survivors is much more significant than what most people in our culture acknowledge or are even aware of. And so that's part of what you're going to hear from me today too, is a little bit more about just the real incidence of failed abortions. And I'm going to give you some ideas on, next steps going forward. What kind of things do family members or social workers, adoption workers, what kind of things do people need to be aware of? What for abortion survivors? What does healing look like, and what do survivors and families need? And I hope it gives you not only some tools and knowledge, but shows you maybe where you're called to serve in your career, maybe where you're called to serve in pro-life ministry, what kind of gaps we still have in the pro-life movement and our culture at large when it comes to serving people who are impacted by abortion. And so I'm also going to talk about how we're more than a choice. We know that it's not a choice, it's a child. I was not a choice. I was a child when I was subjected to a saline infusion abortion. Whether I was actually 18 to 20 weeks, like the abortionist had written on my medical records, or the 31 weeks that a neonatologist remarked after I was ultimately born alive in the final step of that abortion procedure, we know that I was a child all along. And so those are two of my key points here, that there are two patients involved in every abortion procedure, a woman and a child. We know that the humanity of the child in the womb doesn't change based on their gestational age, the law, or people's feelings. I would of development. And we need to talk about how the loss of life, or for abortion survivors, the near loss of human life, can have long-term effects on both the woman and that child. We know we aren't going to hear from the large majority of children who are impacted by abortion because those abortions are successful and those children lose their lives. But we need to talk through the eyes and experiences of abortion survivors about how abortion impacts a child, how it impacts family members, our public health care providers. Through the Abortion Survivors Network, I am blessed to be connected with many former abortionists who review case files for us so we can understand the abortion procedures that survivors survived. We have a former abortionist on our board, Dr. Steve Hammond. Steve's testimony is incredible. You can read through his book, The Christian and Abortion, more about how he was impacted by being an abortionist. And it's a powerful story for me as an abortion survivor to know how that, even that last abortion he ever performed, radically impacted his life. And so check out that book, by the way, if you don't know Dr. Hammond already, The Christian and Abortion. And certainly you'll hear through my presentation today, my own personal experience and my professional experience as a master's level social worker who works with abortion survivors and families around the world. To know how I know all that I do about abortion survivors and families, I think I need to share with you a little bit about our two organizations. So we have the Abortion Survivors Network. Our tagline is More Than a Choice, which is so important to abortion survivors, that we are acknowledged for who we are, which is more than a choice, but we're also more than a survivor. So we have abortion survivors who are, social workers and teachers and pastors. We are somebody's friend, often somebody's parent, somebody's grandparent, somebody's daughter, somebody's son. So we have the Abortion Survivors Network. And our mission at the Abortion Survivors Network, as you can see on the screen, is to create a world where the incidence of failed abortions and the lives of survivors is openly discussed and accepted. That's why this presentation is so important today. This is part of our mission to educate and inform. But we want to see a culture where these lives are openly discussed and accepted, and survivors and their families are supported and healed, and ultimately abortion is unthinkable. When we see that every human being is more than a choice, it should make abortion unthinkable. Our vision is to have that world where every human being is seen as more than a choice. And our values include, every human being is more than a choice. We believe that survivors deserve to know that they aren't alone, that survivors and families deserve healing and support. We believe that as survivors and their families are healed, they will find their voice, and we're seeing that. You're going to hear some of that in my presentation today. We know that no matter how and where that voice is used, it's impactful. You're going to hear me say many times today, most abortion survivors will not share their story publicly. Most families will not share their story publicly, and that is okay. However they use their voice, even if it's just in conversations, breaking the silence even in their own family, that's impactful. To me, that's probably the most impactful thing a survivor could do after they find their voice, is to break that silence in their own family. We believe that the world deserves to know the truth about failed abortions and the existence of survivors. And we firmly believe that as survivors and families are supported and the public educated about the incidence of failed abortions and our lives, we will see a culture of life ultimately restored. So we also want to talk about the other organization we have. So we are the only healing and advocacy organization for abortion survivors and their families worldwide. We exist to provide that social and emotional support to survivors and families, while also raising awareness in the public about failed abortions and our experiences. We have served in this capacity originally since 2012, but we did not become a 501c3 until 2019. And I know many of you, looking back on 2019, can remember when we saw aggressive abortion legislation starting to sweep across the country. And I can tell you that what happened is abortion survivors came forward, approaching us in a huge way with their trauma and their needs. That news is not anything that exists in a vacuum. It is happening daily, and survivors who have already experienced great trauma are further traumatized when things like that happen. And so it brought forward a huge amount of abortion survivors who were talking about their trauma and their need to be served. And so that's how we decided to finally become a 501c3 at the time. In 2020, we also added the Education and Policy Center, which is a separate 501c4. Through that, we provide education and outreach about legislative issues. And we have a voice and a seat at the table for the first time with government affairs staff who are that voice for abortion survivors and the unborn on issues of abortion. And I always want to be really clear, no matter where abortion survivors are from around the world, we know that this is not widely discussed, acknowledged, or even known. All of our experiences, as you're going to hear today, as abortion survivors can be very different. Just because an abortion survivor wasn't left to die, or they survived an illegal abortion, a back alley abortion, or maybe they survived an attempt at home to end their life, it doesn't make their life or their experience any less valid. It doesn't mean that they're mythical or that they're liars. In some places, mainstream culture is just so far removed from our experiences as survivors that they're hostile to us. And I know many of you have seen that along my own journey to being very public with my survival. And so I think this is why we need to have presentations like this. We need to be educated about abortion survivors and our needs and ways that you can work to support us, so that people can really understand that this is something that has happened and is continuing to happen still today. And we are a population of people that have real needs, who have by and large been underserved up until the time that the abortion survivors really activated our programs. Much of what we know about abortion survivors comes from the abortion survivor community. Community is very important to us at the Abortion Survivors Network. And as you're going to hear today, these stories, these experiences are incredibly powerful. And there's probably no other way that we would know the things that we do about abortion survivors if it wasn't from this community of abortion survivors who find a safe place to share their story and connect with other abortion survivors, knowing that they're not alone. So I want to start by talking about some of the abortion procedures that have been performed throughout the history of our abortion survivors. We know that at-home attempts have been and continue to be attempted many different ways. Our world, doesn't talk about this. We hear about illegal abortions and back alley abortions and how people don't want to go back to that time. But what they don't often talk about is how there were children being impacted by abortions even before abortion was legalized. So we have to talk about it. It's often a family secret. For policy procedures, we talk about legalized abortion and its impact. But we know that the pain and suffering exists for all survivors. And so we serve all abortion survivors and create a platform for all of these stories to be heard and for all abortion survivors to be acknowledged in our world. We know that abortion survivors have existed all throughout time. For us, personally, professionally, the oldest survivor we've been notified about directly was somebody from the early 1900s. His great-great-great-grandchild knew the story and reached out to us. We know that there are a number of survivors of chemical abortions in our survivor community, and not just in recent years, but from pre-legalized abortion around the world. We're talking about in the 1960s, early 1970s. As you can see on my screen, pro-life doctors believe that those chemical abortions likely used mifepristone or something similar to that. And as you can see on here, we know from our community of survivors that this was before abortion was legalized. We also know that there were cases where chemical abortions were started and progesterone was ultimately given to save the life of those children. So it was, essentially pre-APR, abortion pill reversal. Isn't it fascinating to hear this? And we know this because those survivors of those two particular chemical abortions where progesterone was given, those survivors were raised in their biological family. And so their biological mothers who shared all of those details with them in their medical records. In the 1970s, we saw installation abortions like saline or prostaglandin. Of course, saline is what I survived. Make up many cases around the world. That saline, the prostaglandin, was, of course, injected with the intent to end the child's life. And then labor was induced with the intent of, a deceased child being expelled from the womb. But we know many, many times that there were born alive infants. And I truly believe that this is part of what has shaped the cultural belief and narrative around who abortion survivors are and what we experience. Yes, we know that abortion survivors can be born in a final step of an abortion procedure still today. Induction abortion is a common abortion procedure where we see that happening still today. But we don't often talk about or hear, of course, the stories of those children who survive different, have different experiences, like first trimester abortions, second trimester abortions, are born full term. So that's a little bit about what you're going to hear from me today. We know that there are a significant number of twin survivors in our survivor community. When doctors review cases for us, they believe many times there was probably a twin that lost their life, and that's why there remained a survivor, because many times those biological mothers report having seen, unfortunately, the body parts of a child after their abortion procedure. And so that also leads us to suspect that there was probably more than one child in the womb, and that's why there was a surviving twin. We also see survivors of D&E, dismemberment abortions, curettage, vacuum aspiration abortions. Many of these abortions were stopped because during the procedure, the abortionist wrongly estimated gestation. I hear that time and time again in abortion survivors. And the procedure wasn't able to be performed successfully on that size of child. We also know that there are instances where women asked for the procedure to be stopped because of their pain, sometimes because of maltreatment by staff. And in the case where there's multiple steps to an abortion, they go one day, they come back another, then there are instances where the women didn't go back for the second part of the procedure. I can think of a couple of really interesting examples of this. One of them happened early on in the pandemic in 2020. I was contacted after a baby was born at approximately 24 weeks after the mother started the abortion procedure, had the laminary inserted for the abortion, of course dilated, started to go into labor, and should have gone in to have, the labor-induced, final step of the procedure, baby extracted, child's life ended, and mom was in so much pain that she ended up not going back for the second half of the abortion procedure, but the labor kept progressing. They couldn't stop it, and so found help, went to a hospital. Baby was born alive at about, they believe, 24 weeks, and that child is still alive today. Another case I can think of, this survivor is now 4 years old. I actually got to hug his mother's neck actually just last week. I had heard about him before, but I got to meet his mother personally. Mom had went in for a late-term abortion. They delivered dioxygen to stop the baby's heart. When she went back for the second step, which was to have her labor induced, they found a heartbeat and learned that the abortion had not been successful. And so he is 4 years old now today. I get to be behind the scenes as many of these abortion survivors are growing up. So I see abortion survivors going to preschool, playing hopscotch for the first time. I see abortion survivors going away to college, abortion survivors having their own children. These stories are incredible and powerful, and I'm blessed to be allowed into their lives and ultimately share some of it with you so you can know more about abortion survivors. Of the 403 abortion survivors that we've now connected with, the procedures and attempts that survivors have survived range from first trimester to third trimester procedures. Some abortion attempts lead to premature births, but we also know many abortion survivors are born at full term, even after dismemberment abortions. Nick Hoot is one of those. You have seen probably Nick's story from time to time in the media. His file has been reviewed, not just by through his adoption records, but medical professionals have looked through and talked about how, it's a miracle, but the body can actually heal itself and protect itself enough to not bleed out entirely after that dismemberment abortion. And so Nick was ultimately born at full term, and I think he was something close to 13 pounds when he was born. It's incredible. We also see a number of chemical abortions without reversals in recent years, so children are surviving both pills. I know of children younger than 1 year old right now who have survived both pills, and I know many of you probably do too. And we also see APR, abortion pill reversal, saving thousands of children's lives as reported through Heartbeat International. We also see induction of labor being performed still, believing that the child won't survive delivery, or that they'll be too premature, or they're incompatible with life, as some professionals would say. We know that there's a correlation between that. I know we don't like to talk about infanticide, but I can tell you that I know through the experiences of medical professionals, nurses who have shared their stories, former clinic workers even, that those children who are induced induction of labor can be and have been laid aside. And by looking at CDC data that those children survive sometimes for hours, multiple hours, double digits hours after those types of abortions. So all that to say, there are many different experiences when it comes to surviving failed abortions. And yes, we do ask for confirmation of abortion survivor stories when they approach us. So it's validated sometimes through adoption or medical records, also through affidavits of biological parents, other extended family members, sometimes adoption professionals. But those abortion survivors, by and large, have their stories passed through the family line. Much of our story or our history of abortion survivors also comes from court cases. Dr. Edlin was convicted of manslaughter in 1975 for conducting a hysterotomy after a failed saline abortion. That case was later overturned. There were a number of cases similar to his in the 1970s that had convictions, and those convictions were often overturned. That's what we look at in the history. That's what we read in the history. Edlin, though, was noted to be the source of describing abortion survivors as the dreaded complication of abortion. That's where that term comes from. How interesting for somebody who had a conviction for an abortion survivor in his care. Many of you probably don't know this, but there was a survivor who did win a judgment for surviving his abortion. So as you can see here, he sued his abortionist in 1989 because he did have some hearing loss and some brain damage. He was first awarded $1.1 million, but that case was quickly appealed and overturned. And that Supreme Court backed the appeals court and said that he was not entitled to any money because his mother consented about the constitutionality of abortion, where the rights are for abortion survivors. That is incredibly sad for me to know that Joshua went through that. We also know that in 1989, an abortionist, Joseph Melnick, was convicted of infanticide after a baby he aborted survived and died after not being provided medical care. He was convicted, but was only given probation and community service. A lot of this information is included in the Dreaded Complication series that you can see here on the screen. Other court cases, many of you can remember Baby Special. which was the case of a baby with Down syndrome who survived an abortion. The doctor was not charged. They talked about how the usual thing is just to take your time. Don't immediately do anything. We also know the court case, and you can probably remember seeing the photo of Ana Rosa Rodriguez. She's missing her arm as a result of surviving a failed abortion in the care of Dr. Hyatt. He was sentenced initially, but was released on parole then in 2006. We also know Dr. Pendergraft is involved in cases of failed abortions and monetary damages after having a survivor in his care. We also know that there was the case of Secloria Williams. This is an awful case, and I'll skim over it just briefly. Many of you probably remember it. Baby was born alive at around 23 weeks. The remains were hidden, thrown on top of the abortion clinic initially. Criminal and civil cases were later dismissed because they said the baby was likely non-viable. We also know of baby Rowan, Dr. Pendergraft once again. We know that case, the 22 weeks movie was based on this. Baby was born alive. Mom was trying to get help. 911 was called. The baby Rowan did not survive. That is another heartbreaking case that we know about. Zamina Roberts was born around 1987. Her adoptive family was given a large settlement for the failure to provide her medical care because of the health issues that she incurred as a result of that, as she was left to die. We know that Zamina is still alive today, and we have heard from her family in recent years. We also know of abortion survivors at the hands of Dr. Douglas Carpet. We also know, of course, the very, very infamous story of Dr. Kermit Gosnell. And we know through the testimony of Jill Stanek that she encountered babies surviving failed abortions at Christ Hospital in Chicago, and that those babies were surviving for hours at a time, as you can see on this slide. For those survivors that we've connected with through the Abortion Survivors Network, we know that they are represented in 18 different countries, but the majority actually come to us from the United States. With the high number of abortions that are performed here, it makes great sense that we see a majority of abortion survivors coming from here. The more abortions performed, the more likelihood there are for abortion survivors. The more late-term abortions we see, no abortion restriction, the more likely we are to see survivors surviving abortion procedures. The overwhelming majority of survivors we hear from are women, but we do hear from men also. I often believe, and I think my team believes this too, the cultural narrative around men's voices on abortion really impact them reaching out to us, as well as the differences between how men and women communicate and process issues and trauma. But we do, yes, have men that we serve through the Abortion Survivors Network. Survivor Josiah Presley, many of you know Josiah and his story. He serves men privately for specialized support through the Abortion Survivors Network. We are so blessed to have him. Of the staff that we have who provide healing and community support, education, speakers training, all of those things, the majority of our programming staff are abortion survivors. So you'll see a QR code at the end of my presentation today. You can scan it, go to our website, know more about what we do, and on our Speakers Bureau page, which we need to update, we keep having more survivors starting to join that Speakers Bureau page. But you'll see a number of my team who are abortion survivors who serve through many different capacities in our programs. The survivors that we serve range in infancy to nearly 90 years old. And, you know, we often hear from family members about abortion survivors from generations back. Slightly more abortion survivors we have found are raised in their biological family, as opposed to being placed for adoption. As I've included on this slide, this can be a protective factor, but if there isn't openness and healing surrounding family crises or the failed abortion, then we see generational patterns continue to be lived out. And survivors, what else do we know about our community of abortion survivors through abortion survivors? Yes, abortion survivors have abortions. I think right now we have 5 abortion survivors we're serving who have had abortions themselves. We see second and third generations of survivors existing in the world today. We know most survivors and families won't share their stories publicly. It's a very isolative experience. There's a lot of shame, a lot of secrets. And we know that our culture is by and large not incredibly open and friendly to stories like ours. I think some of the statistics we've gathered are really important to share. So gestation that we have found range anywhere from that 24, 25 weeks to full term. The attempts occurred anywhere from 13 and a half weeks to 31 weeks, with the remainder being somewhere in between. And that stat, of course, I need to update now too. The age range is infancy to now. So those are some interesting statistics about abortion survivors that we have found. We often like to say, you know, our history is full of the bad and the ugly because we know what has happened to abortion survivors and still does. But our survivor community, those of us that are alive today, are definitely the good. So I want survivors who are public with their stories. So I'm not going to go terribly in depth with it, and you can look through this later. But we know over the years there have been a number of survivors who have shared their story publicly. What I love is that we're adding to this list survivor Claire Colwell and Gianna Jessen. Gianna is also a saline survivor like me. She's just a few months older than I am. We do tend to get together as often as we can as survivors in our community. And yes, we often do work together in various projects. That's definitely part of the impact we make through the Abortion Survivors Network Education and Policy Center. But I love that adding to this list of public survivors when people feel healed, equipped, empowered, and called to share their stories publicly. We launched new survivors, including some of them that you see on this screen. Robin and Jennifer Milbourne, Denisha Werkeiser, Priscilla Hurley. Sorry if I'm missing names on that screen. But we also added Amy Miles, Michelle Lyman, Mika Clay. You can see their stories on our website. You can see them on our YouTube channel. You'll see that by scanning that QR code at the end of our time together. They completed our healing program, which is a 14-week curriculum, and then they went through speakers training and were educated and equipped and felt like they were called to share their stories. And so you'll continue to see us doing that at least once a year, if not multiple times, to provide support and then a platform for abortion survivors to have a voice and have their voices amplified. I have here a video, and I was going to share one of these survivor stories with you, but I know that it's taking me longer to speak than I had planned because of my voice. But you can actually see this video, Amy's story, by scanning the QR code that you'll see at the end of this presentation.
Our next day.
Now I got to figure out how to fast forward through that.
Our next image bearer tonight
Melissa's got to be smarter than this, right? That's so funny. Maybe it would be quicker for me to just
Our next image bearer.
go through the whole thing. Oh, and of course I really mess it up, don't I? I think I've got it correct, you guys. I apologize. Of course, I'm going way too far here. Here we go. After that video, we also know that we have other survivors who have been public with their stories. Tim was the Oldenburg baby. You can read his story more online. Tim did pass away. He was involved in the Faces of Choice ad campaign and works with Human Life International. In recent years, you have seen some abortion survivor stories reported in the mainstream media. Muhammad Khan was one of those survivors. You can look up his story. Jack Harper in Scotland is another international story. So it's not just the United States that you see these stories. There's also a history to abortion survivors meeting. Some of you may remember that in the 1990s, some abortion survivors did meet in Canada. That's what some of these handouts you see in the pictures are from. A small group then met in Texas in 1993 at a Catholic conference. But the Abortion Survivors Network's monthly virtual meetings are, we did a virtual retreat early in 2021, and then an in-person retreat in which 17 abortion survivors attended this summer. These are the only regular meetings of groups of abortion survivors worldwide. So we are incredibly grateful for being able to do the work that we do and allow abortion survivors to connect with one another, because there is something very healing and empowering in that. Here on the screen, you'll see this group of 17 female abortion survivors. The men didn't come this year. That's next year. It's a process for us. We have 17 survivors and one support staff. We like to joke, she's adopted into the abortion survivor course that really has largely been unknown in the pro-life movement and in our culture. And then I'm going to talk to you as I close my time about what you can do and what the next steps are for you, and things that I want you to be aware of about our needs and how you can serve us. For abortion survivors, we report a lot of incidences with issues that are invisible. Chronic fatigue, chronic pain, immunodeficiency issues, a lot of insomnia, high levels of stress that manifest itself in shingles. That's me. I mean, I'm well over 12 times at this point. I've lost track counting the doctor that I need. There's also a lot of digestive issues that we find. Liver issues, the body attacking the liver. Some survivors do have burns as a result of the abortion procedure, scarring from instruments, scalp pulled back, cranial injuries, cerebral palsy. We find, yes, some survivors with missing limbs, facial disfigurement as a result of an abortion survivor or from the abortion procedure. But by and large, we do not look the way you expect us to. So yes, our scars are mainly invisible. So I want to talk about those invisible scars. So some of those emotional and social complications include issues with trust, healthy relationships, and boundaries. And yes, I know this can be a common occurrence for other people who experience trauma, but we know from survivors where it comes from, the trauma in the womb, the rejection that they have faced before they were even born, rejection that they continue to face in their life, whether it's through their biological family, sometimes adoptive family, and our culture by and large that rejects abortion survivors in a big way. So we find survivors who maybe don't have any boundaries whatsoever and let too many people in and are very, people who are unsafe and abuse them, hurt them. Or we find abortion survivors who have such high boundaries that they don't allow anyone into their lives. We see high levels of anxiety, really severe bouts of depression that can require hospitalization. suicidal ideations and attempts. We see a huge issue with low self-esteem, struggles with self-worth, believing that they don't belong anywhere, so unloved, unworthy. We see issues with concentration and focus, which appear to be like ADHD. So there's lots of executive functioning issues in the population of abortion survivors. We know a lot of it is how trauma has rewired the brain. We see survivor's guilt. We also find many survivors are very deeply afraid of bringing family secrets out into the open. They're told not to talk about it. They're afraid of even appearing unappreciative by their adoptive family if they share their story. We find abortion survivors are afraid of losing their jobs, their friendships, even their boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, if people know their story, due to the cultural narrative about abortion and other people's abortion experiences. Abortion survivors are often afraid of not being believed. They're also afraid of being outed, being placed in the public eye. And I think we need to talk about that, and I will in a little bit, how we need to support abortion survivors in their healing and in being empowered and equipped, but we need to protect them and their stories, because as somebody who healed very openly in the public eye and had no one to turn to for community and healing, I know how difficult and painful it can be. We often have not understood the needs of abortion survivors. So I think to understand why healing and our peer and community support programs are so important, you need to know a little bit about what survivors are reporting to us. So as you can see here on the needs directly related to surviving that abortion, self-worth, rejection, shame, healthy coping skills are all key areas that they identify in our surveys. So look here. One of the questions we often ask is, are you ashamed of your story? 90% of those of it. When we ask survivors, gosh, you know what? You're full of these broken pieces. Do you feel like it's come together as something that is beautiful or whole? That's what we want, right? We can't take out that part of being a survivor, but we want to see that integration of people's experiences. When we're asking, has it been integrated? Do you see that it's integrated into something whole? 50% are unsure that that's something that has happened for them yet. 40% report being unsure of whether they can succeed at fulfilling their own dreams. Yes, many abortion survivors have gone on to live very successful lives. So I know people who have worked in the White House, people who have been in the CIA. I know prominent businessmen. Yes, people look upon my life and think, gosh, Melissa's been very successful. But we also know that there are survivors who have struggled with job training, being able to get an education. And even after that, there's struggles with self-esteem and self-worth. Maybe there are things that survivors want to accomplish in their lives, but they feel like they're never going to be successful. This one is a big one here too. I often feel rejected or slighted by others. 80% agree with that. Other survivors also say there too, I don't share openly with other people because it's safer that way. Coping skills are also big. I have skills to cope in healthy ways with the negative thoughts and emotions that I experience. 60% disagree with that. So what is the most common issue that we found among abortion survivors? As you'll see on here, it's rejection and shame. That feeling that we don't belong anywhere, that we don't matter. And we have to talk about that at some point, about how the cultural stance on abortion, painting us as myths, family secrets, all of those things contribute to those feelings of shame and being rejected that abortion survivors experience. I also think it's really important that we talk about stress and how it is manifested in the lives of abortion survivors. You know, as you see on the screen, I've included some research, and we know this. And it's not just about abortion survivors. We know that the research talks about how emotions of mothers impact their babies in utero. We saw this being talked about in the pandemic. There is now considerable evidence that the mother's emotional state during pregnancy can affect the development of the baby's brain. So fetal programming, this can go on and, change, alter the rewiring of the brain, the development of the baby. It can go on and affect that child in the long term and into adulthood. This is this toxic stress that you see here on the screen. So we know this. Fetal programming is crucial for neurodevelopment of the range of outcomes, neurodevelopmental and physical problems, like the development of anxiety, ADHD, lower cognitive development on one hand, diseases like asthma on the other. So we know, we can think about the amount of stress that those mothers were going through in their pregnancy and how that is then manifested in abortion survivors. We experience the stress that our biological mothers were going through. Then we experience the stress of an abortion procedure. Is it any wonder that abortion survivors experience all of the anxiety, nagging depression, feelings of worthlessness, rejection, psychosomatic complaints? Even research is compelling. And we know that this, for many survivors, the trauma in utero is not the only trauma they experience. Many survivors go on to experience multiple types of trauma. Sexual abuse, child abuse, domestic violence, dating violence. And so it compounds that prenatal stress. And we know how stress and trauma continue to rewire the brain. So now we know why that is so important, that we identify and serve the needs of abortion survivors with healing and community support. I want to talk to you about kind of my fast five, as I like to call it. Fast five, as I'm starting to struggle with my voice and my cold again. These are considerations that we have in some documents that we like to give out as handouts, that we want people to be aware of as they consider telling a survivor their story. And our top five, what you really need to know about abortion survivors. The first point I think it's important to let you know about is, in survivors' experiences, as painful as it can be to learn our stories, it is far better to know the truth than have it be kept a secret. Many survivors report it's like this aha moment when they finally are told their story. They go, oh, wow, that is why I have felt this way growing up, or things seem different, or I knew there was a secret that nobody talked about. It really connects the dots for them. Yes, it's a journey to embracing that and healing from it, but it makes sense. And so we support and encourage families to know, yes, you're going to know the best time to share a story with that survivor and what to tell them and how to tell them. But it's far better to know the truth than keep it a secret. And that's my second point. You know when it's best, when they're emotionally ready to handle that information. We have a specific healing curriculum that we use in our 14-week series. We can provide that to you as a professional or as a family free of charge. Just send me an email. But we often provide that so families and therapists can read through it themselves, know a little bit about what abortion survivors go through, and then also utilize that as need be in talking to a survivor about what they're going through, and prepare to share the survivor's story with them. We actually work with families before they tell their children their story. And we're hoping to have a children's story written very soon as another kind of tool in that tool belt for families and professionals, so abortion survivors can know that they're not alone, and that they don't have to be ashamed of and embarrassed of who they are, and they can make sense of those feelings and a lot of questions. And so I really encourage families in particular, if you're an adoption worker or a social worker, this is so important to encourage families, biological or adoptive, to write down everything that they know about a survivor's experience long before they have that conversation. Records can be very, very hard to come by, and so any physical documentation that you can pass along to that survivor is incredibly meaningful and helps them to really feel like they're supported and their story is valid in a world that says that these kind of circumstances don't happen. It's really important to create a safe space for a survivor. Let them know it's okay to feel whatever they're feeling. Even with survivors who identify that they're pro-choice, I meet them exactly where they're at in that, to say, not every survivor is pro-life, and I understand that. Usually it comes from a place of experiencing multiple traumas in their life, and so they often, say that they would have rather been aborted than suffer in a manner that they did, or they want to prevent that from happening to someone else. It's okay to let survivors know their feelings are going to change from day to day, that they have purpose. And you know what? They may not believe that they have purpose one day or for a period of time, but at some point, hopefully they get there. It's really important that we're conscious of the messages, especially for young survivors and teenagers. They're reading in their history books about abortion. Adults are still impacted by this still today, but we need to really be aware that these messages are being communicated to survivors, and it directly impacts how we feel about ourselves, how we identify, and it impacts our physical health, our emotional health, our mental health, sometimes even, of course, our spiritual health. So it's so important that we create a safe space for survivors to talk about it, and we listen and we respect how abortion survivors feel and how they choose to share their story or not. It's important to let survivors know that they're not alone. We know through Dr. Willard Cates of the CDC, who was reporting even as early as 1981, that there are likely 400 to 500 live births a year after failed abortions. That is an old stat, but everything I see in the number of survivors who share their stories with us, the handful of states that report out the number of abortion survivors, if we went on those 400 to 500 live births a year after failed abortions, after nearly 5 decades of legalized abortion, that would indicate in upwards of 20,000 abortion survivors of legal abortions alone. So survivors need to know they're not alone. Share our website, look through stories, follow us on social media. You can access our social media, our website, our YouTube channel by scanning that QR code at the end here today. Share with survivors that they're not alone. My fast 5 things to know about survivors, and I know I'm approaching the 1 hour mark. Some of this I've already kind of talked about, so I'm going to read through it pretty quickly. Relationships and boundaries. We often act this out in ways before we even know our story. So it's so important to let a survivor understand where these issues come from and help them learn to work through them. For survivors who have had abortions, it helps them really understand promiscuity type behavior, looking for love in many places, even if they were loved in their home. It helps them understand more clearly why they made some of the choices that they did in their lives. And we know that healing can take a very long time. Trusting you, trusting me can take a very long time. Sometimes an abortion survivor will contact us and say, hey, I'm one of you, and I want to talk to you. And it can be months to years, literally years, before we hear from a survivor and their whole story again. Survivors do experience significant levels of anxiety, as we've heard about. That depression, the stress and trauma that they experience in utero. I often hear survivors say, my body just never turns off. They feel a heightened level of stress, hypervigilance. That's what we see, a lot of insomnia in our population. And I often describe that to people. I experience that very much. It's like my body is buzzing. I am constantly feeling like I am, on my highest level, emotionally and physically. It's really important for us to understand where that anxiety comes from and what it feels like in their body. But it's also really important that we acknowledge that survivors have a reason to feel anxious and depressed. So many times survivors are told, I don't know why you're depressed. Why can't you just be happy? You survived. Isn't that something to be happy about? It doesn't undo. Surviving doesn't undo the trauma that we've experienced. And so we can't just be happy. Survivors need to also understand how trauma affects their brain and the way that they function, and need to be given tools and skills that help them to be able to manage their time, multiple tasks, deadlines, all of those things. As I've talked about a couple of different times, another thing to know is that we don't often look the way we expect you to. That is okay. Survivors need to know also that we don't look the same from person to person. Survivors often feel very alone in their experience, and they often believe that they're the only one who has survived. How would they know any differently when there are family secrets, when our culture states that we don't exist, that failed abortions don't happen? You may be the only person who can let a survivor know that they're not alone and set them on a path to healing and empowerment in their lives. Another thing to know, as I've shared a little bit multiple times now today, is most survivors choose to keep their story private. We respect that, and I would encourage you to respect that about survivors too. Too many times I've seen abortion survivors' stories shared, utilized, and not have survivors be supported. We need to do better. Survivors need to be healed. Their stories need to be protected. And if they choose to come forward with their story, it should be after they are healed and equipped and empowered to do so. So I close my time today. I want to talk to your professional capacity, or maybe your family or friend support of them. They need you to offer empathy and understanding, not your judgments and opinions about abortion. Survivors have really good radars, and so they're reading you. Your tone and your body language speak volumes. So be very aware of that when you're working with an abortion survivor. We tend to be very slow to trust, so look for ways to build that trust and be an example to them about how to build and gain trust. Healthy relationships and communication are very important. So information, tools, and resources on healthy relationships are really important. That continued trauma outside of the womb and how it affects executive functioning and having patience is so important. Allow survivors to process their complicated thoughts and emotions. Survivors are in different places of healing, different places of forgiveness towards their biological parents, even when they work with us, and even towards their abortionist. Please do not minimize a survivor's experience. As I've shared, so many times we're told that we should just be happy, or they're told that their experience, isn't as bad as another abortion survivor's. that minimization is incredibly hurtful for survivors. And it's so important to continue to educate yourself with resources about how abortion impacts a child. My next book will be published in the spring of 2021, and it will not only share about 10 other abortion survivors' stories, but it will include many resources about how survivors are impacted and how you can support a survivor and how you can get involved in the work that we're doing if you're a professional. Again, let a survivor know they're not alone. Destigmatize surviving an abortion by asking a survivor about their story and listening to them. Too many times when someone says they're an abortion survivor, people just kind of go into panic mode or go into the mode of saying, you know what, I'm pro-choice. Destigmatize this by truly listening to a survivor. Normalize a survivor's experience of how they've learned about their survival, that it's often through a family member and not just adoption or abortion records. Ask questions respectfully about how and when they learned their story and what that was like for them. Break through generational patterns of abortion and trauma through family therapy and support. I believe this is uncharted territory in the pro-life movement. We need to really find a way to have conversations, particularly about failed abortions, and heal families who have experienced failed abortions. You can reach out to us to refer families or survivors to us. We have mothers who have experienced failed abortions who serve as mentors to other women, whether they're parenting that survivor now or they're going through their continued pregnancy after their failed abortion. So you can reach out to us and we would be happy to connect mothers privately, because that's an important resource that we provide currently. And I think going forward, it's really important that we seek policy that reports the incidence of failed abortions and the longitudinal outcomes for abortion survivors. We just don't know, except through our work, what the lives of abortion survivors look like, what their needs are. And we also need to then simultaneously have supports and programs available for survivors and families who need and deserve this. We went over 4 decades in the pro-life movement without any programs like what we offer at the Abortion Survivors Network. That is far too long for us to go with having these. And, frankly, our capacity to serve survivors and family is dwarfed by the needs that exist right now in our world. And so we need policy that reports outcomes and supports programs that survivors and families need and deserve. These are the QR codes that I've been talking about. I'm going to pause for a second, so maybe you can screenshot it. Hopefully this is something that can be accessible to you later also. So you can scan this QR code. You can watch YouTube videos for survivors who we launched publicly this year. You can also access some of our other YouTube videos there. And then you can also learn more about our programs. You can follow us on social media, find ways to connect with us. So I appreciate your patience with my voice, and I will be seeing you in just a few short moments for some question and answer.
Let's give a hand for Melissa. What a beautiful testimony. Such an area of need and expertise, and just to look into and the needs of these survivors. So instead of a question and answer, we're actually going to jump right back into our afternoon workshops. So just as a reminder, how to protect your conscience and your profession here. The impact of abortion on women with Maureen and Diamond 1. The impact, how to impact your community, Diamond 2. and the workshop for young adults in the pro-life movement in the Carlton room. And then once you are done with your workshops, please promptly come back here and we will have a panel discussion. Thank you.
JD is President and CEO of Americans United for Life, America's first national pro-life organization and the nation's premier pro-life legal team. Americans United for Life's legal strategists have been involved in every pro-life case before the U.S. Supreme Court since Roe v. Wade. Americans United for Life is the pioneer of the state-based model legislative strategy, which works to save lives today while undermining the false idea that women rely on abortion to succeed in American society. U.S. Supreme Court in Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Ms. Foster will address federal conscience protection laws, specifically the need for passage of state legislation, as Vermont is one of only 2 states in the country without a conscience protection statute. Please welcome Catherine Glenn Foster.
Thank you. It is wonderful to be here today, this afternoon, with so many great speakers. We've heard from just absolutely tremendous speakers already, the breakout sessions. I've been so impressed by how this has been put together. I am especially grateful to be here because I ended up being on the road from about 4 a.m. until after midnight yesterday. It was a little bit rough, and I also, in the process, managed to forget to pack my dress, which is why I'm here wearing a jean jacket. So, anyway, yes. Fortunate. I was planning on, business, but yeah, this is much more comfortable. So, yeah. So I am delighted to be here and be here with such just such welcoming, friendly people. I want to especially thank Vermont Right to Life for including me in these very important conversations. My name again is Catherine Glenn Foster, and I serve as President and CEO of Americans United for Life, America's oldest pro-life legal organization. For the last 50 years, AUL has worked toward a day when every member of the human family is Congress and state legislatures, and critically, we seek to change hearts and open minds to the importance of living in a life-affirming world. We see conscience rights for healthcare professionals as foundational to the practice of medicine and have assisted lawmakers across the country in ensuring these rights in state law. Facilitate and advertise for procedures to which many have deeply held conscientious objections. It's even more important that conscientious objectors be free from discrimination and never have to choose between violating their conscience and losing their job. Before I joined AUL, I traveled around the country litigating cases like the ones we're going to discuss here today, defending the conscience rights of all Americans to never be forced to participate in or refer for any procedure that goes against their moral, ethical, or religious beliefs. So, what I hope you have a good grasp of by the time we finish talking here today is what conscience protections are and why the founders believed they were so important that they should be included. Threatens the free exercise of these conscience rights, including Vermont's current lack of state protections, how conscience laws operate in the context of health care, especially for abortion and physician-assisted suicide, and what you can do if you run into a conscience problem in your workplace. So, why do we need conscience protections? Historically, we think of conscience rights in the context of maybe a conscientious objector, someone who objects to a war or something like that, someone who does not want to participate in killing on a battlefield. That's one of the ways that we think of conscientious objectors, perhaps in the law, or the famous Barnett case during World War II, where the Supreme Court recognized the right of Jehovah's Witness children to abstain from saying the Pledge of Allegiance in public schools. But increasingly, government involvement and regulation in healthcare, it's required states and the federal government to pass laws that allow physicians, nurses, and other healthcare professionals to opt out of participating in certain procedures that violate their moral, ethical, or religious beliefs. Conscientious objection in healthcare, just to back it up a step, it can be religious, based on religious beliefs, where you say my Christian faith, for example, forbids my participation in any act which would end an innocent human life. It could be based on ethical views. I swore the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. Or it could be based on moral principles, that the science is clear that life begins at conception, or on some combination of the three. without creating appropriate carve-outs for those who decline to participate. The Affordable Care Act's contraception mandate, saying all insurance plans must cover contraception, that's an example of this. And in an industry like healthcare, the ability of some providers to object gives consumers more options. If every insurance plan in America, without exception, had to cover and include abortion, would an organization like Americans United for Life or Vermont Right to Life be able to provide employer-based health insurance? This was the problem facing faith-based nonprofits in New Hampshire last year when their legislature passed a bill that would have required them to cover abortions if they covered any other pregnancy-related expense. Now, fortunately, that bill was vetoed because the governor there understood how illogical it would be to try to force those employers to stop covering everything in order to avoid covering abortion, something that everyone in their organizations fundamentally oppose, and they may even have signed a faith statement opposing it as part of their employment. And so it's obvious to us, as it was to Governor Sununu, that individuals and institutions do not lose their right to exercise their moral and religious beliefs and consciences. America has a long and storied history of protecting conscience rights. History, tradition, and jurisprudence all affirm that a person cannot be forced to commit an act that is against his or her moral, religious, or conscientious beliefs, and conscience protections have been affirmed by our founders, the Supreme Court, and Congress. The founders recognized freedom of conscience as a fundamental right. The First Amendment promises that Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise of religion. At the very root of that promise is the guarantee that the government cannot force a person to commit an act in violation of his or her religion. The signers to the religion provisions of the First Amendment were united in a desire to protect the liberty of conscience. They had recently shed blood to throw off a government that dictated and controlled their religion and their practices. So a government that guaranteed freedom of conscience, to them that was of utmost importance. Thomas Jefferson, the most often quoted founder and author of the Declaration of Independence, made it clear that freedom of conscience is not to be submitted to the government. He wrote, "Our rulers can have no authority over such natural rights, only as we have submitted to them. The rights of conscience we never submitted. We could not submit. We are answerable for them to our God." Jefferson also stated that no provision in the Constitution ought to be dearer to man than that which protects the rights of conscience against the enterprises of civil authority. Jefferson further maintained that forcing a person to contribute to a cause to which he or she abhorred was tyrannical. This belief formed the basis of Jefferson's bill in Virginia, which prohibited the compelling of man to furnish money for the propagation of opinions to which he was opposed. Likewise, James Madison, considered the father of the Bill of Rights, he was also deeply concerned that the freedom of conscience of Americans be protected. In his famous Memorial and Remonstrance against Religious Assessments, Madison stated, "The religion then of right of every man to exercise it as these may dictate. This right is in its nature an unalienable right." In fact, Madison described the conscience as the most sacred of all property. Madison also amended the Virginia Declaration of Rights to state that all men are entitled to full and free exercise of religion according to the dictates of conscience. Madison understood that if a man cannot be loyal to himself, to his conscience, then a government cannot expect him to be loyal to any less compelling obligation, including rules, statutes, judicial orders, and professional duties. If the government demands that he betray his conscience, the government has eliminated the only moral basis for obeying any law. Madison considered our least understood or most strangely violated. Likewise, our first president, George Washington, explained the establishment of civil and religious liberty was the motive that induced me to the field of battle. And he advised Americans to labor to keep alive in your breast that little spark of celestial fire called conscience. President Washington also maintained that the government should accommodate religious persons, writing, "The conscientious scruples of all men should be treated with great delicacy and tenderness, and it is my wish and desire that the laws may always be as extensively accommodated to them as a due regard to the protection and essential interests of the nation may justify and permit." Founding Father and President John Adams stated that no subject shall be hurt, molested, or restrained in his person, liberty, or estate for worshiping God in the manner most agreeable to the dictates of his own conscience. And Patriot leader Samuel Adams wrote that the liberty of conscience is an original right. Forcing individuals to participate in actions to which they are conscientiously opposed eviscerates the very purpose for which our nation was founded and formed. This principle of deference to the individual's conscience stayed with our leaders and has been affirmed many times by the U.S. Supreme Court in different contexts. These include religious liberty, free speech, and conscientious objection to taking up arms. Now, for decades, the U.S. Supreme Court has sought to guarantee the freedom of conscience of every American. And freedom of conscience is referenced explicitly throughout freedom of mind, the same security as freedom of conscience. The Supreme Court has stated that freedom of conscience and freedom to adhere to such religious organization or form of worship as the individual may choose cannot be restricted by law. That's from Cantwell v. Connecticut. While the freedom to believe is absolute, cannot unduly infringe the protected freedom. In the 1940s, the Supreme Court considered regulations requiring public school students to recite the pledge to the American flag, ultimately vindicating the students' freedom of conscience. Now, after initially ruling against a group of Jehovah's Witness parents who sought to have their children exempted from reciting the pledge, the Supreme Court reversed its decision 3 short years later in West Virginia State Board of Education v. Barnett in 1943, explaining, "If there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion, or force citizens to extend constitutional limitations on their power and invade the sphere of intellect and spirit, which it is the purpose of the First Amendment to our Constitution to reserve from all official control." The court further explained, freedom to differ is not limited to things that do not matter much. That's critical, right? You know, you have to be able to object as to things that touch the heart of the existing order. Barnett has been affirmed. That case has been affirmed on numerous occasions, including in Planned Parenthood v. Casey, the abortion case from 1992, in which the Supreme Court stated, "It is conventional constitutional doctrine that where reasonable people disagree, the government can have choice does not intrude upon a protected liberty. Thus, while some people might disagree about whether or not the flag should be saluted or disagree about the proposition that it may not be defiled, we have ruled that a state may not compel or enforce one view or the other." Then in the 1960s and 70s, the court continued to recognize the need to protect freedom of conscience, in this case for men who were conscientiously opposed to the Vietnam War, even when that belief was deeply unpopular and viewed by many as unpatriotic. The Universal Military Training and Service Act contained a conscience clause, exempting men from the draft who were conscientiously opposed to military service because of religious training and belief. In both U.S. v. Seeger and Welsh v. U.S. in 1965 and 70 respectively, moral, ethical, or religious beliefs would give them no rest or peace if they allowed themselves to become a part of an instrument of war. The Supreme Court cited conscience as part of its reasoning when it sided with high school students who were exercising their First Amendment rights by protesting the war in Tinker v. Des Moines. Likewise, Congress has passed several measures expressing the federal government's commitment to protecting the freedom of conscience, the highest profile instance being the bipartisan and near unanimous Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So, what do conscience protections for healthcare workers look like at the federal level? While federal law does include longstanding conscience protections, and we'll go through many of them today, there are many of them out there, but it's worth remembering that these laws alone are insufficient. That's because they only apply to recipients of federal funding, and because they're subject to the whim of members of Congress, many of whom have called for the repeal of these necessary protections. Federal protections are also applied by appointees of whomever is in the White House, so the level of attention that these claims get is subject to the priorities of the Secretary or the President in power at the time. And so you can see why federal conscience protections are helpful, but still limited and inadequate to fully protect Vermont healthcare providers. So breaking that down a little bit more, the first big limitation is that federal health care provider conscience protections only apply to actions by the federal government or by state or local governments or health care institutions that receive certain federal financial assistance. And so, in other words, healthcare professionals are not protected unless they're employed by a federally funded entity. Second, the federal protections are at the whim of the controlling administration. So on paper, these apolitical laws protect the right of healthcare professionals not to perform an abortion for reasons of conscience. But in practice, none of these statutes includes an implied right of action. And that right of action, it is necessary to allow a healthcare conscience rights. Individuals or entities who believe that they've been discriminated against or who were coerced to perform or participate in an abortion procedure in violation of their conscience, they have to file a complaint with the Department of Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights, HHS OCR. This leaves them at the mercy of the federal government to choose to intervene, investigate action, to ensure that their conscience protections are meaningful. Now, OCR is tasked with ensuring federally administered or funded programs will comply with civil rights and conscience protections and religious freedom laws. And the Trump administration, in fact, created a new Conscience and Religious Freedom Division that focused specifically on enforcing conscience protections. And that includes protecting healthcare providers who cannot perform or accommodate or assist in certain healthcare procedures, including abortion and assisted suicide, because it would violate their deeply held moral or religious beliefs. According to HHS, conscience protections apply to healthcare providers who refuse to perform, accommodate, or assist with certain healthcare services on religious or moral grounds. Federal statutes protect healthcare provider conscience rights and prohibit recipients of certain federal funds from discriminating against healthcare providers who refuse to participate in these services based on moral objections or religious beliefs. And so you can file a complaint under the federal healthcare provider conscience protection statutes if you believe that you have experienced discrimination because you objected to, participated in, or refused to participate in a specific medical procedure, including abortion and sterilization, and related training and research activities. If you were coerced into performing procedures that are against your religious or moral beliefs, if you refused to provide health care items or services for the purpose of causing or assisting in causing the death of an individual, such as by assisted suicide or euthanasia. So any of those reasons, and you could file a complaint. And OCR hears those complaints under the following laws. First, the Church Amendments. Congress addressed the issue of conscience protections just weeks after the Supreme Court handed down the 1973 abortion case Roe v. Wade. The Church Amendments were enacted specifically to protect the conscience rights of those who objected to performing or assisting abortion or sterilization procedures. It also offers protections regarding personnel decisions and prohibits any entity that receives federal funds or contracts under certain statutes from discriminating against any healthcare personnel in employment because the individual either performed or refused to perform an abortion, if doing so would be contrary to the individual's religious beliefs or moral convictions. So that's that first 1973 amendment. Then we have the Coates Snow Amendment of the Public Health Service Act. And that came about in 1995. Back then, the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, it proposed mandating abortion training in all OB/GYN residency programs. In response, Congress enacted the Coates Snow Amendment, which prohibits federal government and any state or local government from receiving federal financial assistance, any that is receiving financial assistance, from discriminating against any healthcare entity, including individuals, physicians, students, whether they are refusing to participate or provide training for abortions or perform abortions or refer for abortions or any kind of related procedure. They cannot be penalized for attending a physician training program that did not train on abortions. This amendment says the federal government and any state or local government that receives federal financial assistance may not subject any healthcare entity to discrimination on the provide such training, to perform such abortions, or to provide referrals for the training or the abortions. Or the entity refuses to make arrangements for any of the activities specified above, or the entity attends or attended a postgraduate physician training program or any other training in the health professions that does not perform induced abortions or provide the training for these kinds of abortions. So it's really about student protections and about protections, again, for anyone working for a covered entity. Then we have the Weldon Amendment. That was first passed in 2005, and then it's been readopted or reincorporated by reference into annual appropriations bills ever since. That incorporates and echoes the Coat Snow language, ensuring that no funding through the Departments of Labor, HHS, or Education can be spent in a way that discriminates against healthcare entities that do not pay for, provide, cover, or refer for abortions. It says, none of the funds making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education may be made available to a federal agency or program or to a state or local government if they subject any institutional or individual healthcare entity to discrimination on the basis that the healthcare entity does not provide, pay for, provide coverage of, or refer for abortions. And that also defines healthcare entity to include an individual physician or other healthcare professional, a hospital, a provider-sponsored organization, a health maintenance organization, a health insurance plan, or any other kind of healthcare facility or organization or plan. And then was crammed into the ACA. The bill's authors had to strike a deal with pro-life members of Congress to get the law passed. And so for that reason, the ACA includes conscience protections within the health insurance exchange program. Section 1303b4 provides that no qualified health plan offered through an exchange may discriminate against any individual healthcare provider or healthcare facility because of its unwillingness to provide, pay for, provide coverage of, or refer for abortions. A lot of this language feels very echoed. That's intentional. President Obama then issued Executive Order 13535, ensuring enforcement and implementation of abortion restrictions in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act in 2010, affirming that under the ACA, long-standing federal health care provider conscience laws do remain intact, and that new protections prohibit discrimination against healthcare facilities and professionals based on their unwillingness to provide, pay for, provide coverage of, or refer for abortions. And all of those terms are really critical. That's what provides that broad protection that we're looking for. The ACA also included conscience protections around assisted suicide. Financial programs or health plans created by Obamacare cannot discriminate against an individual or institution that refuses to provide services that assist in causing a patient's death. So, what do these claims look like? Who are the real people involved in these cases? And I want to share one woman's story as sort of an illustration of the human costs involved when conscience rights go unprotected. Now, several of the quick stories I'm going to share are cases that I was in as counsel. So first, Kathy DiCarlo. She became a nurse to save lives, but her world crumbled around her when her supervisors demanded that she either take a life or lose her job. It all started a few years prior when she was standing in the rubble of her high school in the Philippines. Assassination as medical teams rushed around and rescued her classmates, and that day she decided to become a nurse. She had this dream of saving lives, and that led her to leave her family and her country and move to New York City to work as an operating room nurse. When she was hired in 2004, she made it clear, I don't do abortions. At the time, the hospital changed. One morning, 5 years later, Kathy prepared for a common procedure following a miscarriage, only to realize that the procedure was actually going to be performed on a live preborn baby at 22 weeks. She was horrified, and she called the resident doctor on duty, and then her supervisor, who told her to call her supervisor, would have to assist with the abortion. Kathy reminded her in tears that she'd made an agreement, that she'd made this statement and had an agreement with the hospital that she would not perform abortions. She pointed out that the surgery was labeled as a Category 2, meaning that it could take place any time over the next 6 hours, plenty of time to call for another nurse. But the supervisor insisted that this was an emergency, that the mother's life hung in the balance. If Kathy didn't assist in this life or death situation, she told her, she would be charged with insubordination and abandoning her patient. Her career would be over. Kathy decided to trust her supervisors, but as soon as she saw the patient, she knew she had made a mistake. The woman's life was clearly not in danger, but at that point there was no going back. Under the threat of disciplinary action and the dismemberment abortion, and then to account for all the baby's body parts. A federal court dismissed her claim, saying that she could not bring suit for herself and that it was up to HHS to pursue her case if it chose. Eventually, HHS did intervene and forced Mount Sinai to make changes to its policies and procedures, including always allowing healthcare professionals to opt out. But for Kathy, it was really too late. Something similar happened at the New Jersey University of Medicine and Dentistry, where 6 labor and delivery nurses were ordered to staff abortion cases at the hospital, but they refused to obey because of their pro-life convictions. 9 nurses at a university medical center in Long Island, they were suspended for refusing to participate in abortions, and only after the nurses' union intervened did the hospital drop its disciplinary charges and apologize to them. Vanderbilt University required applicants to its nursing program to take an abortion pledge. After a complaint was filed with HHS for a violation of federal law, Vanderbilt did change its coercive policy. Through then-Governor Rod Blagojevich's unilateral action, pharmacy owners in Illinois were told that they must dispense. An ambulance driver in Illinois was fired for refusing to take a woman to an abortion facility, not from with an emergency, but to the abortion facility. Officials in New Mexico refused to approve a community-owned hospital lease because of the hospital's policy not to perform elective abortions. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology engaged in efforts to make board certification or recertification dependent on compliance with ACOG's position on referrals for abortion. And here in Vermont, the state health department took the position that all practitioners staffing terminal cases had to offer or refer for assisted suicide. But dozens of licensed healthcare workers challenged that action in federal court. In each of these cases, these healthcare providers faced an uphill battle because they lacked an implied right of action to bring suit to enforce the provisions of the Weldon Amendment, the Church Amendments, and other conscience protections in the law. So let's use a recent example from this state to walk through the process. In 2019, the University of Vermont Medical Center here in Burlington was found to have violated the Church Amendments because it maintained discriminatory policies that assign or require employees to assist in abortion procedures even after they have recorded their religious or moral objections to assisting in the performance of such abortions. The investigation found UVMMC has forced and attempted to force healthcare personnel, including nurses, into assisting with abortions over their conscience-based objections. UVMMC intentionally religious or moral objections to abortion to assist with abortions. UVMMC subjects healthcare personnel, including nurses who have religious or moral objections to abortion, to different terms or conditions of employment than healthcare personnel who do not share the same religious or moral objections. UVMMC discriminates against healthcare personnel, including nurses, because of their religion, and they maintain a conflict of care policy that facially violates provisions of the Church Amendments. From the findings letter, prior to 2017, UVMMC purportedly did not provide elective abortions. On or about September 2017, however, UVMMC adopted an express policy of supporting access to elective abortions, and the evidence shows that UVMMC had begun staffing personnel for elective abortions months prior to that, without letting anyone know. They changed their abortion policies and practices with little to no input from employees or staff, and they implemented them without prior notice. Although they knew that several staff members had these deeply held, sincere religious beliefs to assisting with abortions, they assigned them to participate in abortions against their objections anyway. Now, they amended their conflict of care policy governing when UVMMC would allow employees to decline to participate in elective abortions, and that policy, still in effect, provides that they can request an exemption. They can request to be excused from participation in a medical procedure like an abortion that conflicts with their cultural values, ethics, or religious beliefs. However, they still limit staff ability to decline to participate in elective abortions as follows. In any scenario where circumstances prevent arrangements for alternate coverage, the objecting staff member will be expected to provide that care. Refusal to perform assigned job functions will be addressed in accordance with established corrective action procedures in consultation with leadership and human resources. A nurse employed by the medical center had long expressed an objection to participating in abortion procedures, but was nonetheless assigned to participate in an abortion. She was not told she was going to be doing that. She had no idea that it was an abortion until she actually went in the room. And at that point, she objected. And there were staff present who could have assisted in her place, but she was required to participate over her objections anyway. The doctor said, "Please don't hate me," because he knew where she stood on abortions. It was very clear. She had said it for, since she was hired. Violation. Noting that there were other personnel who were also intentionally, unnecessarily, and knowingly scheduled to assist with elective abortions against their religious or moral objections. Their policy forced employees, at the risk of discipline, to participate in abortions even if they objected. Under the Trump administration, the complaint was investigated and action taken. But in July of this year, the violation was withdrawn. In a new letter to the medical center, OCR noted that the previous notice of violation was based on the premise that the church amendments create an unqualified right of objecting employees to decline to participate in procedures to which they have a religious or moral objection. But OCR now says that that premise has been called into serious question by subsequent court decisions and warranted a withdrawal. California's former Attorney General, who himself was investigated by OCR for conscience violations during his term as State Attorney General. Under that, his administration, there's this new language on the HHS website that suggests that these protections are now being used to make sure that no one is denied a lawful abortion, kind of turning it all on its head and giving really the real point of it to begin with. And also in response to the new Texas law, OCR issued a guidance purporting to remind people of their obligation not to discriminate based on performance of abortion. That is why state protections are so vital. When people are left only to rely on federal protections, they're also forced to rely on federal bureaucrats. Most states do have conscience laws, but many were written in a way that makes enforcement difficult. These laws often don't provide coverage for enough people. While conscience laws protecting the right to object to direct participation in abortion, they're good, but they're not enough. States need to ensure that the rights of conscience of all healthcare professionals and institutions and payers who object to participating in a healthcare service based on a religious or a moral or an ethical objection are protected. For example, pharmacists are often forgotten by these laws, so they often lack the necessary protection for their right to decline to stock or provide emergency contraception, abortion-inducing drugs, or drugs that will be used to end a life. Now, this can be done alongside and within conflict of care provisions. As with all parts of life, medicine includes competing priorities and values and interests, and sometimes this can lead to conflict. Even just while researching for this presentation, I found an article on the conflict that nurses face between balancing patients' needs to get good sleep with their need to check the patient's vital signs throughout the night. And that's an example where both interests involved, they relate directly to the patient. But what if the interests involved are between the patient and the healthcare professional? Many policies just advise staff to go up the chain and raise concerns with their supervisor until it gets to the chief. Here at UVMMC, you'll recall the conflict of care policy did not assist the staff member facing the problem and just said, just go to the next person up the chain, and then if you don't get the answer you want and you don't do what you were told to do, then there's going to be a corrective action against you. And so, what circumstances might prevent arrangements for an alternative coverage? Maybe if a supervisor does not want to arrange that coverage. That might be enough. We've seen that in some of these cases, and the staff member would be considered insubordinate. So the best way to manage conflicts in any workplace, including medicine, is to establish a clear policy. That policy has to follow federal conscience protections and ensure that no employee is forced to participate in something that violates the abortion could have been done. The patient was there for an elective abortion and was not facing a medical emergency. So this is a clear instance where they could have and should have found a different nurse. But people made choices not to help Kathy opt out. There was no emergency need. And this is especially important, I think, in the age of Me Too and the uncovering of workplace imbalances. In that context, one researcher hypothesized that clearly delineated conscience protections, they're going to benefit these junior employees, these staffers, who can use them to speak up where they otherwise lack the institutional power to challenge their superiors. The organization that I lead, Americans United for Life, we have drafted model legislation that you can use to craft a policy that ensures in anything that violates his or her moral or ethical or religious beliefs. Now, in our bill, we mention the punishments that employees can face, saying without comprehensive protection, healthcare rights of conscience may be violated in various ways, such as harassment, demotion, salary reduction, transfer, termination, loss of staff. There are a lot of reasons for this kind of legislation. first, to protect as a basic civil right the right of all healthcare providers and institutions and payers to decline to counsel, advise, pay for, provide, perform, assist, or participate in providing or performing healthcare services that violate their consciences. You're going to hear that language a lot. I'll skim through it each. Artificial insemination, assisted reproduction, human embryonic stem cell research, and fetal experimentation, along with human cloning, physician-assisted suicide, and euthanasia. Another purpose, prohibit all forms of discrimination, disqualification, coercion, disability, or liability upon healthcare providers, institutions, and payers that decline to perform or provide any healthcare service that would violate conscience. So our text here is, first addresses freedom of conscience, that the healthcare institution professional employee has the right not to participate, and no one is required to participate in any service that violates their conscience. Immunity from liability, making sure that they will not be civilly, criminally, or administratively liable if the institution provides a consent form that the patient signs to discriminate against any institution or person or any other entity attempting to establish a new healthcare institution in any possible way, just based on what they're planning to do on abortion, declining to perform or provide or refer for abortions. Denial of aid or benefit, that it's unlawful for any public official or agency or institution or entity to deny any kind of aid or assistance or grants or benefits, to discriminate against anyone just because they decline to participate in abortion. Now, 47 states have some version of these protections on the books already, but they can always improve enforcement, and private institutions can codify versions of this bill that are appropriate to their internal beliefs. In our model bill, we lay out the following remedies. First, civil action, that a civil action for damages or injunctive relief, or both, that it can be brought for the violation of any provision of the Act, and that it's not a defense that the violation was necessary to prevent further costs to the hospital or anything like that. Also, damage remedies, that anyone who's been injured by anything in this act, if someone is discriminated against for their refusal to participate in abortion, that they are entitled to threefold the actual damages, including pain and suffering, that they sustain, along with the costs of the action and reasonable attorney's fees. Minimum of $5,000 or whatever other appropriate amount, plus the cost of the action and the fees there. And that those are cumulative, and they're not exclusive of other remedies provided by some other statute or federal law. And then finally, injunctive remedies. So the court can also award injunctive relief, including, but not limited to, ordering reinstatement of a healthcare provider to his or her prior job position. But even though it's drafted as a law for a state, anyone could modify that for their own uses, and we're always happy to come and help out. Now, as I mentioned, 47 states have some form of conscience law on the books related to healthcare. 2 of them protect the freedom of conscience of all healthcare providers, whether they're individuals or institutions or payers, public or private, if they conscientiously object to participating in any healthcare procedure or service. 46 states protect the freedom of conscience of only certain healthcare professionals and or institutions from participating in certain specific procedures, usually a freedom of conscience of healthcare providers or institutions or payers. And those are New Hampshire, New Mexico, and Vermont. So let's dig into the reason that we're all here, the need to improve Vermont laws. As you may know, Vermont has some of the worst abortion laws. No regulation whatsoever on bioethics, like destructive embryo research, state every year based on all of their pro-life laws. And in 2021, Vermont was ranked dead last. Vermont passed a so-called Freedom of Choice Act, which recognizes the right to abortion and prohibits the interference with access to abortion. Vermont's constitution has been interpreted by the courts to provide a broader right to abortion by voters in 2022. Assisted suicide is legal in Vermont. According to the state's Patients' Bill of Rights for Palliative Care and Pain Management, patients with a terminal illness have the right to be informed by the physician of all available options related to terminal care. They have the right to be able to request any, all, or none of the available options and to expect and receive supportive care for no conscience protections for any healthcare provider, institution, or payer who may have a moral or conscience objection to performing or assisting in abortion, destructive embryo research, or assisted suicide. And so if you do find that your conscience rights have been violated, your recourse is limited. If you are federally protected, you could file a complaint with OCR. But as we've discussed, there are limitations to that. There are two requirements. First, that the complaint be filed in writing by mail, fax, or email, and or it can be filed through the OCR complaint portal. And they provide additional information on how to file that complaint, depending on how you're going to do it, which method you choose. And then second, you have to name the healthcare provider involved and describe the acts or omissions that you believe violated federal conscience or religious freedom laws or regulations. So you can do that. Reach out to an attorney. That's another potential course of action. And we at AUL, we're happy to help connect you to pro-life attorneys in Vermont. But we've seen the disregard for the freedom of conscience in other states as well. I just testified recently in New Mexico. The removal of conscience law this year, it didn't seem to concern lawmakers whatsoever. They just brushed that aside in case, and it's not that simple. And so it is so important to speak up and speak out and reach out to your lawmakers and encourage them to pass thorough conscience protections for healthcare providers and institutions and payers. As Thomas Jefferson said, we are bound, you, I, and everyone, to make common cause, even with error itself, to maintain the common right of freedom of conscience. We ought with one heart and one hand to hew down the daring and dangerous efforts of those who would seduce the public opinion to substitute itself into tyranny over religious faith. That is what we're fighting against. That's why we need conscience protections, strong, thorough conscience protections in Vermont and in every state, and conscience rights. Thank you all for coming. I don't know if we have any time for questions. Okay. When are we supposed to be wrapped up here? Oh, great. So we're actually perfect. Great. Okay. I think there are, microphones over there. Excellent. Yeah, I think you have to. I'm not good at turning microphones on, so don't ask me. Just shout.
Aside from a conscience objection based on a religious perspective, I can conceive of situations where a physician or nurse or other healthcare personnel might recognize the fact that a given procedure is contrary to either good medical practice or good clinical practice or good practice in this given situation. And I'm wondering to what extent an individual would be protected in that situation.
Yeah, that usually would fall outside the realm of any of these conscience protections that we're talking about. There may be protection, but that would be usually within the healthcare facility itself, and then at that point you're going to the ethics board, et cetera, if there's a real difference of opinion. I've been in some of those situations myself, both professionally and within my own family, with the care for one of my grandmothers. And when she was in the hospital at one point, there was a real difference of opinion that ended up going up to the ethics committee. Yeah. So at that point, I think that that there are the systems within hospitals and within healthcare facilities to try to account for that and provide for that and resolve these kinds of differences of opinion. When it comes to the family and what they may be looking for, then it can be a tougher matter for them as well, because they're sometimes looking for a second opinion, looking for a transfer, something like that. But even for the medical professional within the actual institutional setting, if there is that kind of disagreement, if between healthcare professionals or with the family at times, then at that point there's an intra-institutional procedure, but that isn't really impacted unless it covers one of those areas that I discussed. It isn't impacted by the Church Amendment or Weldon or Coates Snow. And again, not all life-related procedures, as you could potentially term them, would be covered by all of those federal or state laws. So pretty much all of them would cover abortion. Some are only covering abortion. Some also cover assisted suicide, embryonic stem cell research, fetal tissue, a variety of other issues as well. Yes. Yes. Understand.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm Faye, and I'm from the central. Well, I'm actually 45 minutes south of here, in a little hamlet town called Lincoln. And two things. Actually, first, I watched your webinar programming through Zoom, which is being aired on YouTube. I highly recommend everyone here watching it. You were with a panel of very distinguished across the nation representatives, I think, of various pro-life. It was produced on January 16th this year. So, and when your little one asked for cereal, I thought that was great.
That
So-
one, yes, okay.
Yeah,
I'm in a
that
lot of
one.
webinars,
Okay,
but yeah.
that one.
Okay, so full disclosure, that was for an Irish American group. So I think I did two things with them. One was, it was quite late at night, as I recall,
Yeah.
or I guess it was normal time for us, but it was late for them, and so it was maybe 5, 6 p.m. for us, but over in Ireland, and so there were Irish people joining, there were Irish
Didn't
Americans
realize
joining,
that.
and there was another one that was just for Irish Americans. I forget which one it was, but right in the middle of it, so I have 3 kids, ages 14, 9, just turned 9, and 6. In the middle of it, the 9-year-old and the 6-year-old burst into the scene with this box of Lucky Charms.
Hungry.
And they're like, hey, since dinner's late tonight, can we have Lucky Charms? And they loved it.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, that is perfect that you're using this cereal. Like, yeah, okay, I get the sugary stuff,
I
sorry.
stumbled onto it. I just had to keep watch. So I'm glad I had that introduction to who you are and your testimony. It was amazing. I really encourage people to listen to it.
Thank you.
2 things. Are you still writing the book about 50 state abortion sites? And
Okay, let me verify what we're talking about there too. So I'm working on 4 books that I'm either writing an article for or I'm just drafting myself. But are you talking about either Defending Life, where we track all the different pro-life laws in all the states?
Yes.
Or we also have Unsafe, where we track all of the inspection reports of all the abortion facilities in all the
Yes.
states? Okay, so both of those are out. We publish Defending Life every year. And so we're actually working on the next one, the 2022 version, as I speak. 2021 is out, and we publish it every year. We have that life list in it where we rank all the states. We have an overview of the abortion laws in every state, well, not just abortion, anything relating to life and life issues, ended laws, next steps for whatever state to pass, just based on the situation on the ground, what the current state of the law is, what's missing, who the governor is, what's going on with the state house, all of that. We take all of that into account and we say, okay, here's what we think you should focus on next.
that would be so helpful.
Yeah, so that's on our website. You could totally free, both that and Unsafe.
Okay. And then lastly, what is the status right now of HR 3755, Women Health Protection Act? How will it immediately or long-term impact Vermont?
Yeah, so that has the potential to impact every state in the nation. What that bill would do, it's called the Women's Health Protection Act. It is not about health, it is not about protection, and it does nothing for the good of women. It's been termed a bill that would codify Roe, but in reality it would dramatically expand Roe well beyond what anyone, Blackmun or anyone else anticipated, Justice Blackmun. So that was voted on by the House, and because I've been on the road for more than 2 weeks, I'm a little fuzzy on days. I want to say a couple days ago, maybe a few days ago now. So it was voted on by the House and passed. I do not believe it will get through the Senate. I testified against it in June, and it's still being brought up. In fact, it was brought up this past Wednesday. in a hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee that was really a show hearing on Texas SB 8, their heartbeat law, where the Congress was wanting to talk about the Supreme Court's so-called shadow docket and whether they're trying to dramatically change national policy just based on these injunctive things, which is not the case at all. It's ludicrous to think that, and if you actually read the opinions that came down from the court, there's nothing in there that would change policy. And incidentally, it was because of the way that the drafters of Texas SB 8 drafted the bill. They drafted it to evade constitutional review, and they were successful. It was an effective strategy there. So they had a hearing on that, and the strategy of the pro-life members and witnesses was to talk about, okay, well, let's talk about what else. If it did, how would it affect states generally? It could, like Roe did, wipe out state law that would protect life. How would it affect Vermont? Sadly, not a whole lot. That's something we need to work on. We want to make Vermont a state where it would be dramatically impacted by a Women's Health Protection Act. We're not there yet, but that's why we have those recommendations in Defending Life, to make sure that that you do get the kind of law in place where women and children and communities are being protected. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Would you mind just repeating the question? Oh, good. Mm-hmm.
This will be my last one, I promise. I'm new to the membership, so I'm a little on fire, so you all have to put up with me for a minute, okay? Sex trafficking, buy it, read it. Oh my gosh, I was so enlightened. Mm-hmm. These teenage girls that are being abused and used over and over and then put back into the trafficking business. And Planned Parenthood is not registering the abusers or the abused, or are the numbers way higher than we can even imagine on numbers of abortions across the nation and abuse generally that's not reported. A lot of criminal activity going on, and we don't hear it in the media.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, that is an excellent question, a lot to unpack there. So first of all, we know that sex crime generally is dramatically underreported. We know that abortion numbers are dramatically underreported. Not every state is even reporting abortion at all. We have a suite of 60-plus model bills that we've drafted. We update them every year to pass constitutional muster to make sure that we're in line with whatever the latest constitutional, making sure that we start getting those numbers for both surgical and chemical abortions. That's an area where we need more data, and we need more real-time data because we aren't getting it. So that is really important. We have co-hosted a hearing, a conference on sex trafficking survivors there. We had lawyers, doctors, a wide variety of professions discussing that issue. Really needed to discuss that. And it's interesting because, as in so many of these scenarios that are used as an excuse by abortion proponents to advocate for abortion, whether we're talking about, rape or incest or sex trafficking, so many of these areas, the actual women who've been involved, of course they're devastated, traumatized, just layer upon layer. It's horrifying, but so many of them also testify that they want that I'm growing, I'm a mom, and so often they say, how can I bring this child into the world, into this world, right? So the solution for them, as it is with most abortions, the top 3 reasons for abortion, whether we're talking early term, first trimester, or late term, same top 3 reasons are financial issues, relationship problems, and not feeling ready to be a parent. Same reasons. So whether it's that or sex trafficking, to just push abortion on women as the solution, it doesn't get us out of the situation we were in the first place. I'm speaking as a post-abortive woman here. It doesn't get us out of the situation that we were in. It best puts a Band-Aid on the problem, but I would say it's a lot worse than that. I don't have a good analogy. I should come up with a good analogy for this. But it just adds to the pain. It adds to the scarring of whatever else is going on in our lives, the finances and the relationship and all of the other things. Or for some women, the sex trafficking. We need to be going in and getting them out of the sex trafficking, and that's the solution. Oh, yeah. Right. Exactly. So one of the stories in Unsafe, one of those resources that we published that that's on our website, one of the stories there that I cannot forget. I mentioned I have a 14-year-old. There's a story of a 14-year-old. This is all from state health inspection reports. This is not gotcha campaigns from pro-lifers where, we're just doing public records requests and compiling it all and analyzing it all because we're attorneys and that's what we do, and we hire researchers. So there's a 14-year-old little girl. She's in Birmingham, Alabama. She walks through the doors of a Planned Parenthood. At 14 years old, she had 2 living children. 2. She walks through the doors of Planned Parenthood. She's pregnant again. Planned Parenthood aborted her 3rd child, no questions asked, reported no suspected sexual abuse to the authorities. I think we can all assume that something was going on there. They reported nothing. They just send her right back into this situation. They take her money, they perform the abortion, they send her back into the situation. 4 months later, same little girl walks through the same doors of the same Planned Parenthood, and they abort her 4th child. 2 abortions, 4 months, no questions asked, back into the same situation. And in her 2nd abortion there, I don't have all the details on the first, it's limited what we can get. But in her 2nd abortion there, 7 of these 16 mandated health and legal records were either missing or incomplete. And we do not know her story, we don't know her circumstances, we don't even know her name, but we do know that she was an extremely vulnerable little girl in an extremely dangerous and probably devastating situation, and she got no help from Planned Parenthood. They just kept performing an abortion and sending her on her way back into that situation. That's the story of abortion in America, and that is what Planned Parenthood is doing. And, how often do they do that? We don't know. This is just one instance that the State Health Inspection Report caught. We know that when we, send in plants and things into Planned Parenthood, they're like, yep, go ahead, we'll go ahead and do it. So we know that it's available. We know that it's happening, like with this 14-year-old in Alabama. We don't know how often. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, hello. I'm from Barrie, Vermont, and Vermont is ranked 50th for a reason. I think it earned it, that ranking. And, aside from replacing all the legislators and all the executive branch, you mentioned that you have somewhere on a site someplace a strategy or something. So I'm not sure what the solution is here. I think the Vermonters in the room are a little frustrated with the current culture here in the state. So I don't know if you have some words of wisdom for us, being from afar, but I think it's ignorance and apathy that are the 2 biggest issues, probably. I mean, when I talk to the legislature about the statute that passed 2 years ago, and the amendment that is now in the process, I said we've got to turn to a higher power, and prayer is because no one's in power here on earth is listening in this state. That's my opinion. But I mean, there's still some things maybe we can do. So I wonder what you have on that. One thing that you just said about information I don't know if you can assist us. I'm sure you have information. You're going to give us a website or your contact. Publicizing, freedom of information. I mean, getting the facts, which I don't think the public is aware of what's happening, and I think some of it is secret. I think there are protections to keep it secret. Unlike they call it a health care, but yet when you can get access to maybe how many appendectomies were conducted last week, the abortion, on the one hand, it's just too personal to get to or something. I don't know, but it's healthcare. So anyway, I rambled on long enough, but do you have any response to any of that?
Yeah, okay, so, and I'm seeing a couple people coming in, so I'm going to try to make this really quick and wrap it up. So first of all, we're a C3, not a C4 or a PAC, so that's up to you all to try to change your state house. Good luck. So yes, when it comes to information, that is critical because you can't have informed consent without information. And the abortion industry wants to call abortion health care and treat it as health care without having it be subject to any of the regulations of actual health care. So it's just yet another one of those legal loopholes that they're looking for in the abortion industry when it comes to how abortion is handled in law and regulation, etc. So that's important. What to do here in Vermont? Prayer, yes, 100%. I think law and policy flow downstream from culture. We need to work on law and policy, but we also need to simultaneously be working on culture. And that's hard, especially when you're trying to get the information out there. I've testified over and over on ultrasound bills, which seems so straightforward. The woman's already in the abortion facility. She's already getting an ultrasound because they have to do it. They have to figure out how far along you are, what kind of procedure to use, make sure it's not ectopic, figure out how much to charge you, how many hundreds of or thousands of dollars to charge you. They don't just eyeball you and figure it out. So they're already doing it. But they don't want us to see the ultrasounds because ultrasounds save lives. This is what happened to me. I was in the abortion facility, age 19, in Georgia, lying on the table in the ultrasound room before the actual procedure room. They have the screen right here. It's turned away from me. I asked to see it because I hadn't made up my mind. I was very confused. I was 19. I was pretty naive. And they said no, they wouldn't turn the screen to me because they didn't want me to see it. So that is typical across the abortion industry. We have to pass laws to let women see our own health information so that we can actually have true informed consent or any semblance of it. That doesn't often happen, and sometimes the state will not pass such a law, and you'll have abortion advocates fighting back. And they say it's because, it'll cause shame in the woman later. Well, for me, the shame was when I found out later what my child looked like. Or they say it's about access. We're in the abortion facility. We've already accessed the abortion, but those are the excuses that they use. We need to get the information out there. The abortion industry is fighting us on every turn. They have never seen, I'm not even going to say a pro-life law, they've never seen a law relating to abortion that they like, except, y'all's law. I'm from Georgia, y'all's law up here. That's the only kind of law they like. They like the New York law, that's it. Only a law that would wipe every other law off the books, because they don't like having to report sex trafficking. They don't like having to report it when, the soccer coach, I'm referencing a specific case here, a soccer coach is preying on his soccer team. They don't like any of that. So we have to get the information out there, and that's on all of us. We can provide information, we do that. It's also about you guys just talking to your friends and your neighbors and your church members and anyone that you come into contact with, your coworkers. So that's also important. Go to AUL.org. We have Defending Life there. We have Unsafe there. Get educated on abortion law and the facts. Defending Life, that list of recommendations specifically for Vermont. Even in a state like Vermont, we can make little gains, and they're hard even in the law. Even, at the same time as we're doing the information campaign and trying to change the hearts and minds and everything, we can still make little gains, like trying to have, a safe refuge, for children who, moms, they have the child and they're like, what do I do? This is overwhelming. I'm not in a position to raise this child. Maybe there's drugs or mental health issues or abuse. And they say, what do I do? A place to leave that child. Something like that should be bipartisan, should be non-controversial, something like that. Anything to just recognize that the child in the womb and the newborn infant is a human being and deserves protection. Again, it's important. It's also educational because it helps inform people that this is a human being who needs protection. I can discuss more later, but basically it's a all on front, yeah, exactly. We have to work on this on all fronts, pray. I think I'm allowed to say, maybe like change something about your state house. Keep educating and talking to people. Do not let the issue be swept under the rug. And pro-choice. I had heard the terms. Like my best friend in Catholic grade school was pro-life, and her family was, and I was like, okay, great. And then there were some other girls in our class who were pro-choice, and no one really knew what that meant. I think my best friend sort of did, but the word abortion never came up at all. I didn't know that pregnancy centers existed. If I had, I would have gone to either after abortion or instead of abortion, so that people know, women, partners, whatever, that there are alternatives. So that's critical. I'll let you all go. There's people coming in. Thank you.
As you heard, my name is Marta Kokoszynska. I'm a physician at UVM Medical Center. I'm a pulmonary and critical care doctor who's also an associate professor at the Larner College of Medicine. My biggest issues with conscience protection is I treat patients with lung diseases that are terminal. And so I often get asked the question whether I can fill out the paperwork for physician-assisted suicide. And there is a lot of scrutiny behind who I send people to, who I refer to, and the way patients rate my care based on me saying that that's something I don't believe in. And they just don't know what to do with me. So it's an ongoing issue, and if this bill passes, it's going to be that much harder to have any sense of freedom of protection from anything, being in the OR next to an abortion, treating a woman who just had an abortion and needs to be in the ICU, which we'd be involved in. And it just trickles down into so many things where basically our hands would be tied and we would just be a restaurant menu of what would you like without any sort of research, conscience, moral decisions behind what we as physicians do, which is basically what we have in our oath when we first pledge to this profession.
I'm assuming you don't want me to speak about because I'm unaffected by Vermont law. Did you want me to make some other comment or allow other people on the panel?
Maybe in specific in your state, if there's what the issues are.
Well, my only concern actually as an academic is my freedom to write about things that have a good factual basis but that are not popular. So, I work for a public university, and it is a university that not at my school level, my unit level, but at the large university level, which is 17 miles away from me, is increasingly inclined to rely upon, sort of the same kinds of rules followed by elite media and certain folks who are not fans of free speech. So my greatest concern is there are things that I will not be permitted to write about, things that I will not be permitted to say in my class. When in the last couple of years, I used to speak really with no problem. I was known as the reasonable pro-lifer who came armed with the footnotes. But in the last year, I've had to have armed guards at various universities to protect me, death threats. I gave a lecture at Duke University, and it was on the well-being of children. It had nothing to do with abortion. It was federal law regarding children. And the students put out a TikTok claiming that I wanted to put LGBTQ people in jail and that they should be physically harmed, and told the dean to cancel me, and the dean just about canceled me, and then decided not to, because of course I had never said anything about that subject at all. And I asked the dean if she would please tell the students to take the defamatory TikToks down, and her answer was freedom of speech. And it was like, but you're a female dean, don't you want to teach your students not to defame? And the answer was silence. And the family are hateful and we want to defeat them, but how will we defeat them if we don't have her? And then just another brief story. At Louisiana State University, the law school pulled its endorsement of my speaking 5 minutes before on the grounds of an anonymous email. And another institute at the school stepped up to sponsor me, said, we opposed you because you said blah, blah, blah. And I said, wow, I don't recall ever saying blah, blah, blah. Where did you read that? And she named a book, and I said, that's not my book. And you mean I was canceled for that? And this student, just to be a frightening period at the end of the sentence, was getting her PhD 2 weeks from then. That was the level of discourse. Facts.
Well, I'm Ann Donahue. I'm a state representative in Vermont, which puts a bad X mark on me right now. And I'm on the House Healthcare Committee, in fact. And it's interesting because I also am not, but we could spend a lot of time on current culture and academic freedom, and the way even into the legislative process where of anywhere you would think the mix of ideas in a democratic society are so critical. And yet there can be a chilling effect even there if you have to say, well, you better not really put my name on that bill because it might be harmful to the bill because I'm somebody that's looked upon as, oh, you know, that's the issue they're always after, and we know that that's a, you know, we're all against that side of the issue. So we don't really want to hear from that person. It's just that again. So I think this year the legislature passed an apology for eugenics in Vermont. In fact, a week from tomorrow, I think it is, there's going to be a public ceremony, the reading of the resolution. I had begun working on that more than 10 years ago. I thought it was a really important thing to recognize that when we as a society identify a subgroup of people as less worthy, and in this case, therefore, shouldn't be allowed to reproduce, that's fundamentally wrong. And when we look back and see that, we should be apologizing for it. And we have a lot of historic pieces like that, of things that we as a country need to acknowledge and deal with that we've done wrong. And guess what? This is the same issue in front of us now, except that nobody's realizing what we're in the midst of in terms of taking a group of people and saying, your lives are worth less. That connection was really clear to me, and I never breathed a word about that connection until after we had that resolution passed. Because I was afraid people would say, aha, so do you get it now? They'd say, oh, we're not going to touch that. So, yes, is there a chilling effect even into the tentacles of things way outside medical professions? Absolutely.
I'm Maureen Curley. Been a nurse for a long time, a psychiatric nurse practitioner and researcher and educator. And so I currently work at an academic medical center and university in Cleveland. And I have to say, when you apply for privileges, medical privileges to practice as an advanced practice nurse, which is what I am, or a physician, you you are approved by the accreditation committee. So and you have to therefore subscribe to whatever the standards of practice are at the hospital. Fortunately enough, in Ohio, this particular university, Health Services, where I practice, has an exemption, is expected to participate in essentially referring a patient that we had a consult on for an abortion. And so thank goodness I was able to opt out of that. So Proposition 5 I can speak to, having practiced in Vermont and having taught undergraduate and in the graduate nurse practitioner program here at UVM. If something like this passed, I wouldn't be able to practice or teach here, and perhaps that's good news for some people. But we teach according to practice guidelines, and so if in the law, whatever the law of the state in any way about something that would be restrictions, limitations, high-risk populations to abortion. My other concern is that as an advanced practice nurse, I would be involved in educating advanced practice midwives who will probably most likely clinic here in Vermont. I would expect, I don't know that would be voluntary, but it could be required for nurse practitioners in the particular specialty as well, both in mental health specialties but others, and for students. So that's a concern. New generations of healthcare professionals that think this is the way it is. Often they don't know better. And it's very hard for them as new providers to, I don't want to say resist, I want to say conscientiously object, because there's a distinction. And so many times you hear with medical students and students that feel bullied into participating in abortions or, doing a rotation that they don't feel comfortable doing. So I certainly agree with Helen in terms of freedom of speech within an academic context. I would say be required to practice according to the state law and the practice guidelines that I suspect would be promoted. Staff nurses. So staff nurses would be required under a physician's order or following the orders of a hospital to be participating in abortions. A lot of times that happens. They may not be hired to work in an OR, but with the staffing shortage and they have to float, and they could easily, that happened, be freedom of practicing according to one's conscience. I had a student once when I was at UVM who was a mental health student, and she told me about when she was involved in a surgical rotation. She was asked, she was pulled in to be involved, and she didn't know at the time it was an abortion, and she was horrified afterwards, and she felt really traumatized by the whole thing. And so, that expectation would be very difficult, and I think that the other thing is, it would really influence who comes to Vermont as a healthcare provider, right? So is that what you want? I know you don't, but I mean, that's the whole culture, the healthcare culture of Vermont will change. It isn't specific to abortion. It's who's going to be hired, who's going to be attracted to come here, who's going to be attracted to, provide services here. And so there are many implications, and of course, academic freedom and being able to write and publish and research, and I had mentioned before about funding and not only that, but promotion. There's, can be great discrimination against advocating for women with mental health issues or anybody at risk for abortion. So there are far-reaching implications, some of which we probably don't even know. But anyway, I'm hoping that won't be the case.
That I've seen with the OBGYN magazines, there's already a struggle to get sufficient numbers of people to be OBGYNs in particular, and part of that, and the lawyers get blamed for this, is the high cost of malpractice insurance and the high number of lawsuits. And already, and this has been the percentage of OBGYNs want to be involved in abortion. In fact, if you look at countries like Spain or Ireland, et cetera, which have recently allowed it, their greatest struggle is finding people who are willing to do it, and they're thinking of ending conscience rights for that reason. But if you have a preemptive conscience statute or a preemptive constitutional amendment on this that makes it clear that conscientious objectors, people who freely think or religiously or morally believe on this are not welcome in Vermont, an already extant shortage in OBGYNs could be dramatically more because so few of them are willing to participate. So that's a question.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Wilkinson. I have been a pastor for over 30 years, and for the last 12 or so years, I've been working in pregnancy center ministry as executive director. And before I say anything else, let me ask you all a question. Why are you here? I mean, it's late, it's been a long day, and you're here. And I just want to commend you for being here and soaking in all this great information. And it's encouraging to see you all here. And this is a really prestigious... no, this is really awesome. Let me ask you another question. Why are you here? And that has to do with your why. That has to do with your purpose and what God has called you to be and to do. And I believe we're here because part of our why is to care for the unborn. And God called me to minister to the least of these, to those who cannot speak for themselves. And so I was in Idaho about 3 years ago, And I told my wife that I believed that we had been called to come to Vermont and to work at First Step Pregnancy Clinic. And she said, great, I've always wanted to live in Vermont. And I didn't know that. We've been married 40 years. But then I told my church, we were going to a really cool Anglican church in Idaho, and I said that we're going to be moving to Vermont. And the common reaction, people would say to me, you know, Vermont is such a beautiful state. That's so great. But boy, is it a tough place to minister. And we have found that to be true. But we also said, that's why we're going. We need to go where the battle is. So I kind of feel like I'm here representing pastors, and I'm representing pregnancy center leaders. And I know for pastors, you know, I reject the notion that when people say, pastors, they don't do anything. Now, none of them are speaking out. And I'd say that's not true. There are a lot of pastors that are bold, and they're speaking out, and they're speaking the truth, and they're caring about life, and they're supporting pregnancy centers, and they're our greatest ally. And they will continue to be our greatest ally, not only in championing for life, but in opposing Proposal 5 as well. I was talking with one pastor, and after I preached at his church, and we talked about Proposal 5, and we talked about abortion, and we talked about sex trafficking, and all the fun stuff you want to talk about in church. And I said, you know, you may get canceled. And he said, you know what, if we get canceled, we get canceled. And he's okay with that. And that's the general feeling I get from the pastors. But I would encourage you to continue to encourage them, to pray for them, to support them. And when I talk to pastors, I encourage them, number one, to be bold, to speak the truth, to speak out on behalf of life. And not just once a year in January on Sanctity of Human Life Sunday, but every time it comes up in Scripture. And to speak on behalf of life. And I tell them also to lead. We need these pastors to lead. And so I encourage them to do that, because that is their role as shepherds. And then the third thing I tell them to do is to care. They need to care for that gal that's sitting in the third row in their pew every Sunday, and she's had an abortion, but she hasn't told anybody yet. We need to care for her. I remember when I was in seminary, a pastor said to me, he was one of the professors, and he said, never preach on hell without a tear in your eye. And you know, I think that's true about abortion too. That there are the walking wounded, and you all know this. We need to care for them. And pastors need to not be in denial, but to say, yeah, they're in my church too, and I need to care for them. And I need to partner with the pregnancy center so that we can provide the care that they need. And so I think that pastors need to continue to be bold, and I will encourage them to do that, and I hope you do as well. And for pregnancy centers, you know, it's, people say, well, how are you going to talk about pro-life stuff in Vermont? They say, well, you know, we talk about caring about both the mom and the baby. It's not one or the other. We need to care for those, for the unborn, but we need to care for that mom. She is our number one patient. And so we're going to care for her, we're going to love on her, we're going to give her everything that she needs, and she's going to walk out of there feeling really loved. And I don't think that's going to change.
Thank you so much.
So we've heard a variety of perspectives just in the last few minutes here, you know, lawyers, lawmakers, healthcare professional, pastor. Cancel culture is real. We've heard about the real world impact of our principles and of what we stand for. We talked about the difficulties in finding OBGYNs and generally, and certainly finding OBGYNs who want to take all that training, all that they've learned about the miracle of the human body and the miracle of gestation and pregnancy and childbirth, and then convert that into a life-ending procedure. And it's funny, I talk about this in the suicide by physician context as well. It's hard to find doctors who want to end lives. It's hard to find medical professionals who want to end lives. And I double checked because normally I have the exact number in front of me, but I always have to have it in front of me because I'm down to the person. The number of DC residents, close to 700,000. And I talk about DC a lot because it's a jurisdiction that legalized suicide by physician. Back in early 2017, it went into effect. I was especially involved in that fight because I live in DC. I'm Maryland side, but I live in DC. Basically, I work in DC, and so I was on the ground with the city council members. I was on the ground with the constituent to meet with them on totally different topics. It's also the first majority-minority jurisdiction to implement assisted suicide, which was really important to note and really changed how people felt about it, and especially the residents of DC, because they realized how it would impact them based on our historical track record. But with nearly 700,000 residents, you start asking yourself, okay, with all of these jurisdictions, why did they legalize suicide by physician? Why did they legalize abortion? With DC and suicide by physician, nearly 700,000 residents, you have to register as a doctor who's willing to provide these deadly drugs in DC. And so let's just do a quick poll. How many doctors do you think in the first year that suicide by physician was legalized, how many doctors do you think actually signed up to dispense these drugs?
3.
Okay, it's actually 2. It's 2. How many DC residents do you think actually signed up to receive the drugs, whether or not they took them? How many people signed up to receive the drugs from these 2 doctors that they could potentially go to?
10.
Good guess. It's 0. 0, yeah. So that is a really low number. That is, it's 0%. And even if you look at all the doctors who are eligible to practice in DC, that 2 number, that's less than 2% of all the doctors who are eligible to practice. It's less than 0.2% of all the doctors who are eligible to practice. It's less than small numbers. Doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals do not want to sign up. They do not get into this profession to end life. Now, with that said, with us and our pro-life principles and our pro-life beliefs, it can be a little bit tough out there. In the academy, at universities, in our profession, in hospitals, in the state houses, on the streets, it can be a little hard. And, I've seen it. I've seen, people turn me away or say, oh, we don't want to have her here because she's just going to talk about abortion, things like that. Analyzing things I have written, getting kicked out of a couple conferences, things like that, which I don't really get, because this should be a common sense universal human rights issue. I mean, 1/3 of all Democrats support life and call themselves pro-life. 21 million. This is in fact, last night I was in front of the Supreme Court at a rally. And like 2 hours in DC between flights. I went straight to the Supreme Court, was at this rally, and came right back here. And it's anew on all parts of the spectrum. But we see the cancel culture, and I think that's something that we need to expect. And it's not just us up here. It should be all of us, because if we see the taking of life and we don't speak up about it, then we're part of the problem. If we expect to that we're going to keep all of our Facebook friends, then we're sadly mistaken. I've been defriended, unfriended, whatever it is, more times than I can count, including by my law school classmates, including by, you name it. Everyone is willing to defriend me over the abortion issue because I'm not going to be quiet about it. And neither should any of us be. There are lives on the line. There are lives at stake. There are women like myself who are being day by day harmed by legalized abortion. And it's not even just the women and the children, it's all of society that's being harmed. We must speak up about it, and we must recognize that we may get canceled a little bit, and that's okay. That's what it takes to change the culture.
Thank you so much. And we have this amazing panel of judges, so I invite you now to come up and ask whatever questions you may have. There's a microphone to your right, my left, and let's get started.
Marta, I'm sorry, we have to go for our flight.
Yes.
appreciate the topic of cancel culture, but I'm wondering if you could maybe each of you or whoever feels called to answer, what do you think will be, if this proposal is added to the Vermont state constitution and there becomes a constitutional right for abortion in Vermont, what do you think might be the criminal or civil liabilities, not just workplace liabilities, but would it, in your roles, is it possible that there would be, that you would be prosecuted in some way or sued if you continued to practice as you do being a pro-life practice? Would there be the possibility that you would have that there would be legal or civil consequences?
Well, I think it's relatively clear if the Constitution sets this up as a fundamental right, that even though that it theoretically only implicates state action, but in fact that just sets an easy stage for legislation to pass under that ability. So I don't think there's any question. And I think, but I think what you started off with saying was reminding me, and we're talking about if it passes, what will happen. We got to stop thinking about that. It's not going to pass. It's not going to pass. Because if Vermonters have a clue about what it says, it won't pass, and we are the ones who have to make sure they got a clue. Because everybody's out there saying we got to protect Roe v. Wade. Well, this says nothing. This goes so far beyond Roe v. Wade. As much as we might not like it, it's balancing. It had a balance in there. It said that the right state has a legitimate interest. It may have limited that interest, but it acknowledged some. And today we're hearing it's an unfettered right to abortion. That's not what Roe v. Wade said. So, people have got to realize that what's being proposed now is not remotely what Roe v. Wade said or what they believe as well. There's reasonable balances, there's some things that go too far. Well, this is the epitome of what goes too far, and that's what the message has to be.
Go ahead.
I think just one comment on that is something that I think as pregnancy centers that we need to be concerned about, or at least aware of, is it's quite possible that we will be targeted because if the law is unrestricted, unlimited, unregulated abortion, and they come to us and we say we don't do that, well then now somehow that's a restriction. And so we could be targeted for that reason. So I think as pregnancy centers, we need to be praying and we need to be make sure we have an attorney on our board is always a good idea.
I'll say as a licensed healthcare professional, the state licensing boards govern practice. And for advanced practice nurses, you submit a scope of practice and the board approves that. So they have the jurisdiction of granting licenses, suspending licenses, et cetera. The other thing would be patients that would file formal complaints if you don't provide the the option for abortion versus other things. So I think both from the public patient standpoint, the licensing standpoint, there would definitely be some penalties.
Professional responsibility, how they ought to change what the scope of practice requires.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Our next question.
Yes, thank you. I'm Faye, and from central part of the state. Would like to ask you, how do we engage the churches? I was raised by a mom, true and blue native Vermonter. I'm a Baptist. There probably aren't as many here as there are Catholics, and I am amazed at how many of you not only have the conviction, but how many men are coming out to support pro-life. Any suggestions on how we can get all churches involved? And one of the things I want to do as a new member is engage. I know I don't look it, but I'm 71. I want to engage the gray hairs There are things I can't march, I can't hold a placard, I can't stand in front of the Capitol. I have been involved in advocacy in my past, even in Washington, D.C. So there are gifts out here. You all have gifts that you can use, ad hoc gifts. Use your gifts, supply your community with information and educate. Start prospecting your list. And each of us can easily find 25 people in our circle of influence. Thank you.
Say, perhaps. I think that the churches are afraid. I think that church leadership are afraid, and they have a valid reason, and they've got to figure out how to couch it to be brave. But the problem is the whole phrase, you shouldn't be forcing your religion on me. And therefore, if it's a religious leader speaking out, it plays into those who are saying this is just about forcing religion. And people, you're Catholic, you're just obeying what the Catholic Church says. That's why we shouldn't listen to you. And I said, look, our religious faith is, well, it's who we are. It's not a compartment. I don't have religion telling me this and my ethics telling me something else and my brain telling me something else. It's a part of the entirety of who a person is. And, I think churches have to be able to articulate it so that they can't be ignored for the easy reason that you're just trying to force ever hear of religious freedom? Stop trying to force your religion on me.
I won't. I think it really starts one by one with the pastors, and it's about from within. So you talk to your pastor is better than talking to the pastor across the street or down the street and let your friend talk to that pastor. So I think it starts one-on-one, and it's internal, and what we need to do to energize these pastors to not be so afraid is to let them know that, this is not a political issue, this is not controversial, this is about life. I mean, it is those other things, but it's mostly about life, and this is a moral issue. And when Jesus said the enemy comes, the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but Jesus came that we might have life and have it more abundantly, that word life is with God, but it's also about the life on this planet. And so it's in the Bible that we need to talk. We need to speak out for those who cannot speak for themselves, and reach out to the marginalized, to the lost and the hurting. And we need to emphasize that. And I think also when there's a lot of resistance, I remember listening to Star Parker at a conference, and she said, when you get a lot of resistance from the pastor, get to know his wife. Because very often, and we're not making a judgment or anything, but very often they're post-abortive, and that's why they don't want to talk about it in church, because it's still too painful for her, because it hasn't been dealt with. Or maybe he's post-abortive. And so we need to always speak with grace and truth and with compassion, and we need to reach out to them. I also find that in our community, the pastors are competitive, and so when one pastor is doing something, the others will do it, and so they get to lead together, and so when I do a pastor's luncheon or I get the pastors together, we want to address this life issue. And so that they know that this is not a scary thing. And the bottom line, if you talk about abortion, but if you do it genuinely and compassionately, and like I said, you care about those women, you do it with a tear in your eye, so you're not judging them, you're not condemning, you're not making them feel less than because of their past, because that's what the cross is all about. Then, about this issue. And so I encourage pastors to really be bold. And then the other thing, too, that I found has been helpful is when churches have two things. Number one, a lot of the larger churches, and I'm from LA originally, and so there were a lot of big churches, but we had a social action committee. And that was a group of people that they dealt with the life issue primarily. And they would hand out voters' guides, and they would let people know about the important issues that are coming up, and so that the pastor didn't have to do it. And so having that committee in the church to kind of keep the pastor informed, but also to inform the congregation was really helpful. And then the other thing too is I let pastors know that they don't have to be the expert on Proposal 5. They don't have to be the expert on all the life issues. That's what we're there for. And so they can have me come in and speak, or they can have whoever's at the local pregnancy center have someone else come in and talk about those issues. And that helps take the pressure off of them to have to know everything.
Yeah, I would just like to echo that. Having been very active in the Catholic Church here, speaking to priests one-on-one, especially the older priests who have gotten into a maybe kind of rote routine of fear and just unwillingness to speak out at the pulpit about these difficult issues because of things that have been said in the past, and potentially just having their congregation leave them. But when you talk one-on-one with them and encourage them and show them that there's more than just one or two people that are very on fire about this topic, it also revives that inside of them as well. They are humans also. They're scared. They have a huge weight on their shoulders. There's so much information out there. There's so much difficult information. There's complex. There's politics. There's medicine. They cannot grasp all of that. All they need is that one simple, hey, Father, you know, you're doing a good job. How about we continue talking about this because it's very important in our time now. That's all they need. All right, we'll take our next question.
One of the things that was mentioned is that on the constitutional amendment is that abortion is not mentioned. But there are some other things that are not mentioned in there. Any age limit, for example, which opens the ground perhaps to that, does this legalize pedophilia? The other thing that's not mentioned is woman, which means that you're also giving men reproductive rights.
They are
And,
birthing persons.
well, the thing is that it takes two to make a baby. So what is the relationship going to be between men's reproductive rights and women's reproductive rights? And I have heard them say that, well, we won't make, it doesn't mean that a man can force a woman to have an abortion because of his reproductive rights right now, but what is it going to mean in the future? So
No, that's really well stated, because what it ultimately does is it turns the whole issue over to the courts. People think that what it's doing is locking in rights, and what it's doing through its wording on all those issues is saying the court ultimately is going to decide what the compelling state interest is, and that means, you know, absolutely, it does not block the possibility of a court saying, you know, reproductive rights obviously from the language belong to everyone. And so when we look at a man's right to decide whether to father a child or not versus this particular woman's right to bear a child or not, we're going to look at it situationally and say sometimes the father's right, or what we're going to do is, okay, if the woman's right is more compelling because it's her body, but if she is intruding on the father's choice, then we're going to say that the father doesn't have to pay child support if she decides to keep the child, right? I mean, everything's up in the air by the way it's written.
Thank you for that, because I think that's the biggest and number one problem with Proposition 5 is that it is boundless. The words sound great, it sounds wonderful, women's protection, women's right, reproductive rights, that's great. And I've had so many people say that. Why do you have an issue with this? They do not see the 10th, 20th, 30th degree of repercussions that this will bring. So thank you for that. Next question.
Well, actually, I think maybe you just did answer my question. Or the one that I wanted to bring up really is, I mean, I've taken in so much really good information today, and I think one of the things that I'm struggling with over this proposal, because we already know, as pro-lifers who've had a rough time of it in Vermont legislatively, that we have to be able to
explain why this constitutional amendment is different and worse and unacceptable from all the other things that we basically aren't going to be able to do anything about today if we keep talking about the, not that I'm against it, but we have to get their attention, people's attention onto something other than the arguments that we've been using up until now. We already know, life begins at conception. We know we're protecting those who don't have a voice, but I guess I want to zero in on what's wrong with Proposal 5. And I guess I'm be interested in just if you, I realize we've talked about a lot of different things wrong with it, but what would you say are, say, the key points that jump out at you that make it different, so that a pro-choice person might go, I think this does go too far.
Well, I think for one thing, all of the polls indicate, even in Vermont, there's it's a real minority of people who believe any abortion by anyone at any time, and that's the intent behind this. So I think the recognition or the education that this is not about protecting Roe v. Wade. It just goes way, way beyond. I think the pushback that we really need to educate ourselves and be ready to respond to that is certainly what some legislators said at the time of the debate, that little clause that allows for a compelling state interest to be superior. There will be people that say, oh no, a state interest can balance. If we end up proving someday that human life begins at conception, because we don't know that now, that's still pretty unclear, but if one day that's proven, then in fact it could become a compelling interest. And people need to understand how high that threshold is. It's going right back to, a black person has to somehow prove that they're equal before we'll give them rights. People who are poor or indigenous have to prove that they are not going to be diluting the good Yankee stock if they want to preserve their reproductive rights. So it really is about education, that this is not just about the standard previous abortion argument, that this is just way, way beyond it, and locks into the Constitution a fundamental imbalance that goes way beyond Roe v. Wade. It does not protect Roe v. Wade, which would be the sales.
So you think about unlimited, unregulated, unrestricted abortion for any reason or no reason up into the moment of birth. People aren't in favor of that.
I think the right to designer babies.
Right.
This doesn't say abortion. This is like reproduction. What does reproduction mean in the future? And what is unfettered, unregulated right to your reproductive desires?
Right. So there's no restrictions, so no parental consent, no fetal pain restriction, no late-term abortion ban, all of that, it's all okay. Right. And that's not okay.
Yeah. Free for all is not true freedom without truth.
Well, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. People won't use that term, but I want a boy. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's happening all over the world already.
Right.
So, yeah. Next question.
I find Prop 5 so vaguely worded that I'm sure that was intentional.
Yes.
Besides the fact that personal reproductive autonomy means zero, means absolutely nothing, I also don't understand what a compelling state interest achieved by the least restrictive means. What does that mean?
That is a no, that's kind of an established legal term through court decisions, Supreme Court decisions. And basically the lay way of, it's like the highest possible bar. You can't mess with this unless you just prove the narrowest, most compelling state interest. It's just making it nearly impossible to interfere at all.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah. Back to the vague language. I'm wondering how far beyond abortion could this amendment be used? Is it just applicable to abortion, or are there other modalities that we perhaps don't even know about right now that could be drawn under the category of reproductive freedom?
The sky's the limit. Yep.
Okay. Then the second question, actually a comment with regard to, it was Dave that commented on the question of the pastors, I believe. One thought occurred to me that, I think there's no question about the morality, but there's also the whole issue of God's infinite mercy, and I think that's got to be in the equation. Anytime I'm speaking on that topic at church, it's one matched with the other. And then the third point that I'd just like to make is that when I deal with this topic beyond a sympathetic church-related audience, I talk the science, I talk the inherent dignity of the human person, which admittedly may have a religious connection there, but it's also something that really resonates with people outside of the faith tradition. And I think that those are important tools that we can use, both the science and the basic philosophical issue of human dignity.
I think you bring up a good point. I find that oftentimes talking with my colleagues who think any sort of abortion or any kind of religious conversation is like the plague, kindness, compassion, and empathy are key, because inevitably 75% of the people you are talking to have gone through this, are angry, are sad, and do not know how to place that anger, how to express that anger. So they express it in a way that, oh, everybody should be able to do this, therefore I was right in doing it myself. And I think that's what we have to remember, and I think that's where you were getting at as well. All right, next question.
So I got here a little late, so I apologize if my question's at all redundant to something that happened earlier today. My name is Bill, and just a comment about being confronted by people who say, well, you're just shoving your religion at me. I usually try to lighten the moment, and I say, well, I'm not religious, I'm a Christian. It's surprising how well it can work if you do it right, and at least you get on to the next thing. So I work in the State House. Some of you may know me. It doesn't matter why I do that. But I read that proposition the minute it came out. And the first thing that struck me was that it is beyond vague. It's written in a way that really doesn't comport with anything that anyone would recognize as a constitutional amendment, except for the section about compelling state interest, which turns all the ability for us to redress grievances to the government upside down in a normal Bill of Rights type of text. You would have a reference to a pre-existing natural right or something that has existed and been built in civil law over 600 plus years in our history of law. You would have then some acknowledgement of perhaps a limited boundary of government authority or power, and then possibly, like in the Second Amendment and First Amendment, a direct statement not to infringe. And so you would be acknowledging something that pre-existed, that's natural and inalienable, whether you believe in God or not. And then it would perhaps proscribe the government's powers, but allow for, like the First and Second Amendments, allow for some interpretation by the courts. This tries to take this, turn it on its head, and say to you, if you pass this, you're telling us, the government, the state, that you'd really like your power to appeal and redress grievances to the courts on statute. You'd really like us to just take that away from you. That's the way this is written. So this is a very fearful and fear-based amendment. It's meant to scare you later into even appealing the most egregious violations of human life. And it's a 1 John chapter 4 all the way down the line, right? I would say one of the great strategies that we can employ, and I think some of my friends on the table there would agree, ask people who are supporting this, legislators, legal people, just local people, ask them to explain to you what it does and how it works in their own words. Let them trip on their own thoughts and ideology and let that conversation flow as it needs to. But I think if you push them to try to explain what it means, I would ask, just how would you ask that question to you folks on the dais here? How would you ask that question of somebody who's telling you it's such a great idea? To explain it to me. Tell me why it works to a proponent.
I think what you're saying sounds absolutely right on track.
But you don't want to shove the word. I don't want to shove those words into their mouths. I want them to. I want to force them into the thought process that shows them the contradictions in their own position. Ann's laughing.
Yeah.
She knows me well.
I think he's right on. I think they're going to come out. I think people will come out with very simplistic things that they can't point to the language as doing. I think they're going to say things like, "This protects our rights under Roe v. Wade." It has nothing to do with that, And so I think it's very. But I think if you're going to be asking that, you need to be yourself well prepared to know, to identify, to point them. Well, wait, you say it says that. Show me the words that say that. You have to know enough to engage in that dialogue, not to go into it blind, because those people will come out with very slick responses as to what they think it does.
So, as you might guess, I've tried to defend some other constitutional Bills of Rights items. I'm a Second Amendment person, and I've often tried to get people to defend their position against gun rights by confronting them on their deeply held beliefs and strong support of First Amendment rights. And that immediately puts them in a place where they're more, I guess you can talk to them better, because most people have a pretty broad set of agreement on First Amendment rights. So that might be another way of.
Thank you for that. Next question.
Not a question, another comment. I think a lot of us, I mean, even myself, going way back before I became pro-life, had the impression that Roe v. Wade is a law. It is not a law. It is a court decision. Only the Congress of the United States can make law. What the Congress did was defer to the court and allowed the court to make that decision that the legislators should have made to begin with. What is so dangerous about Prop 5 is that it will codify into law what is not law at the federal level. All right? Because it will be law. And again, because the legislators don't have enough brain power of their own to come up with an intelligent law, they're again deferring to the courts. So now you can just tell the legislators, go home. We don't need you. These few people on the court will make our decisions from now on.
instead of being implicit that the court ends up having to be the arbiter of defining what's in the Constitution, it says right in it, it's up to the courts because of putting that, that.
So they're
test in.
deferring, they are deferring their power, the legislative power, to the judicial branch in the state of Vermont.
By putting in that compelling state interest balance.
Right. So your legislators,
I think that's what was just said.
and your legislators absolutely mean nothing if that's the case. If they defer to the courts, why are we going to have elections? And the other thing is this. I've been to several different get-togethers down in Montpelier at the State House on different issues. We've had two sides. There's literally, a lot of times we outnumbered the opposition. But the way I look at what the Democrats have done is a dog and pony show. Because they know what the outcome is going to be before the first person sits down in a seat in the legislature to come to voice their opinion one way or the other. They know the outcome. A lot of times the very next day after they've listened to both sides, they do exactly what they want to do.
So in fairness, both sides do that when they have power and it comes down to who gets voted in and changing the vote outcomes. Because that's the way our government is structured. The winning side controls everything, and what you're saying is absolutely true.
Well, the winning side is supposed to, whichever is the winning side is supposed to defer to the people. They're getting paid to make decisions on our behalf, and if we object to those decisions and we outnumber them, then they should defer to us.
We're not a democracy. We're a representative
form
of government.
That.
So we've elected those people to make the decisions on our behalf. We don't even have now I'm forgetting the name for it. We don't vote on issues other than a constitutional amendment. We don't have the ability, like some states do, of putting issues on the ballot. We're totally representative, so it's based on who you vote for. So we've got to change who's voted in to make that change.
Well, I can only hope and pray that this prop is voted down, because if it does happen, it will be codified into law. There will be no doubt about it. Roe v. Wade is questionable in my mind. It's more than questionable that it is law, because it's not a legislative edict, it's a judicial edict. But this will be law, and whatever those courts decide, they're going to change the structure of how decisions are made, because the legislature will be meaningless. All they'll have to say for any law they write is, well, we'll let the courts hash it out. So, anyways, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. We have time for just one more question.
Okay. You mentioned earlier how passage of Proposal 5 could impact who enters medicine and who comes to Vermont to practice medicine. But I'm wondering about the idea of giving constitutional protection to certain medical procedures at the expense of other medical procedures. The state is very involved in funding medicine in many ways. There are boards that decide what gets spent on what kinds of procedures. How do you think this could impact the availability of other medical services by giving constitutional protection to certain ones, but not to, say, a cancer treatment, heart disease, or other procedures like that?
I think you bring up a good point, and there potentially could be some limitations. However, we already have limitations on those procedures. It's called common sense. And so you're not going to do an appendectomy on somebody who needs a lung transplant. And this is what abortion is doing. You're putting a procedure on someone who doesn't need that procedure because they're in a physiological state. So you're talking about two different kind of categories of procedures. Ones that are necessary, in which if you run down from step 1 to 2, makes sense to do, without offering something that completely doesn't have a resolution to the problem, versus abortion, which is treating a physiological problem, a societal problem, with a surgical mechanism.
So I spent the last 2 days, I was on the nominating committee to replace a vacancy on the Green Mountain Care Board. And one of the questions we used for screening, just to hear people's reactions and discussion as you do in an interview process, you know, we look at healthcare as a balance between restraining the growth in costs, maintaining access, and maintaining quality. Those are the 3 columns. And so the question was, you know, how would you feel about limitations on some kinds of access in order to preserve quality and restrain costs, if that was the balance? And, you know, what's that called? Rationing, right? Well, what this would ensure, and I think that's what you're asking, this would ensure that this is the one and only that you cannot ration, even though it's not actually even health care.
Yep.
But you can ration anything, you know, if you're going to have to cut back on brain surgery because it's too expensive, you can't touch this one.
And that's a good point, and we're learning that especially in COVID, in terms of how important our healthcare is and what a truly limited resource it is that we do have to ration. And if not COVID and the abortion issue, we are going to see decisions being made where things are cut back in favor of other things, because there's only so much we can do, because this healthcare system is going to fall apart.
I just want to add also one thing. So Diane Foster Green, who was the author, one of the principal investigators of the Turnaway Study, which was the exemplar for promoting this, some of the Prop 5 content, cited the necessity of later term abortions because costs of NICUs for preterm birth are so prohibitive. So I think that that is something, a population that would be very vulnerable in this respect. Also, I could see where early hysterectomies, I already see that, the abuse sometimes of tubal ligations immediately after the delivery of an unwanted pregnancy, those sorts of things would be encouraged.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I just wanted to conclude our conference by thanking our wonderful speakers, our wonderful panel, for all of you coming, for the hotel for hosting us so kindly, for all the people who have put so much hard work into planning this day, and to encourage you to continue to fight and to gain the knowledge to help this issue be spread and help people understand what is going on, and to help stop what is going on. And I sincerely think each